Crossover. Oh, killer crossover.
Just crossover.
It just crossed him over nastily.
Another victim to the crossovers. Cross him up and sit him down.
Time for the crossover, powered by Everlevel Concrete Repair in Omaha at everlevelconcrete.com. John, Josh, Nick, good afternoon.
Happer.
Hello.
What's going on, y'all?
Sorry, you don't like it when I say hello. What if I say howdy or GFY?
I think howdy's worse.
Howdy's worse.
Howdy's way worse.
The more complicated it gets, the worse it is.
Is howdy more complicated?
John, I don't
than
think
hello?
I don't think
Yes.
you've ever said howdy to me, John.
Well, I've used the word many times.
You could say it in context where
Howdy.
it's like you're actually greeting somebody.
Howdy.
But
I have. I've
I
used
don't
quite a
think
few.
howdy's more. I think it's less complicated than hello. I think that's the bit. I think that's why howdy exists.
I'm gonna ask a poll question. What's
in
more
what world
annoying?
is it less complicated than hello?
You use
Hello is the thing that everyone says.
You use less tongue when you say howdy than when you do.
You do.
when you say hello.
Oh, it has. You're saying it has. Well, it has the same amount of syllables.
But I think it's less muscle movement to say howdy than hello.
It is because you can do it lazy. Howdy.
Howdy.
Howdy,
Howdy.
howdy.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Howdy.
you
No
don't-
tongue there.
Don't go howdy.
but it
just
is-
go howdy.
It is unequivocally a less used word in the English language. Yes,
People say hello more than howdy.
People say hello.
Depends on where you are.
doesn't depend on where you are. We are here.
We are here.
We're
Mhm.
here.
But I do like howdy.
Howdy,
Howdy's good.
howdy.
It was one of those I started saying ironically, but now I just say it.
It's like John with Warsh.
Warsh.
Washington.
I kind of do that too
Washington.
now. Washington.
Mhm.
Washington.
Mhm.
Yeah, Nick. Whatever. You could keep keep sending your greetings. That's great.
I don't know how to not send a greeting. I'm too.
We
friendly.
know.
I'm too
Sending
friendly.
Your greeting.
I'd say what's up, get all casual about it. How's it gone?
It just
How you
keeps
doing?
getting worse every time. It just keeps getting worse.
Yo yo yo.
See? Yeah,
Worse.
it's literally yeah.
Worse.
Now it just sounds like you're having a
Yeah.
stroke.
I just can't stop thinking of Nick saying hello.
Hello.
Every time. Every time. When I get an email, I get a text from Nick and I hear
Hello.
it in that voice.
Hello.
It's not just like, hey, what's going on?
Yeah.
Got a question for you.
Do you guys have something? Do you guys have this? But it's got
Have you seen this? Have you heard about this?
hello.
I was telling a story and Nick is interjecting in my story during the break.
He
saying,
does that.
Did you
He
do
does-
this? Did you do this? Did you do this?
He does that all the time.
Yeah.
We're having a
No,
conversation.
no, and no.
I'm watching a video in the morning, getting ready for the show, and Nick's like, "Do you like my thumbnail?" And I'm
Well,
like, "Well, yeah." I
You're
get it."
in my office, so you're in my zone at that point.
I'm prepping for my show.
You have your own desk.
You prep in there.
Ooh.
That's where Josh is.
That's true. That's fair.
That's where Josh is.
Yeah. I
Well,
prep
yeah,
next
but-
to John.
Yeah, but you're
we
in
don't
my
prep-
dojo.
We don't prep next to Nick.
You guys
Thankfully.
could. There's room.
No.
You'd bother us too
Cozy
much.
up with me.
Start asking
Yeah.
questions.
Now that they've learned how to keep the music down in the Hispanic station,
but not
it's-
downstairs.
today. Yeah, today was a little loud.
Yeah, they don't have as much live bands in the
No.
in the La Nueva anymore. For whatever reason,
No.
they don't have that.
No, they do not.
What is the music act down there?
I
It's
just do-
Lovely the band
Yeah.
and another one.
And which station are we playing them on?
Sweet.
Okay.
Why don't we have a zone concert?
I don't know.
Who would we get?
Us, round table.
Stuart Mandel
Podcasts.
doing a double speed
Yes,
podcast.
can he? In person?
Think about it, John. Bill Simmons.
Oh, hell yeah. Doug Maurice?
Get Bill Simmons. I'm calling in a.
John.
Don't say
Calling
that.
John,
in-
you
calling
might
in
get
sick.
arrested
I'm
for
calling
that.
in sick.
Calling in sick.
Calling
Calling in sick. That's
You
good.
didn't let me finish.
Yeah, my bad. I interrupted you. I
John,
pulled
you
a
would've-
Nick.
You would have liked the most recent Bill Simmons take I saw, which was he was really triggered at the fact that they were putting win probability on the MLB score bugs.
I mean, they are. It is stupid.
See,
John Bishop, Bill
Handshake
Simmons.
meme.
The older you two
Okay,
get, the
I
more
was-
you agree on
I was
things.
on this long before Boston Boy.
I think
Boston
he
Boy
probably
still
was
had his
too.
head buried in the freaking NBA.
He hates analytics just like you do, John.
Yeah, you guys
Oh, I don't hate
handshake me.
analytics. We quote analytics all the time on this show.
Analytics.
Mhm.
We
I
quote it
love
all the
analytics.
time.
You ever bring up analytics with Mike Schaefer and just let him go on like a 5-minute rant about it? You should text him sometime about like DVOA or SP Plus.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, just like say,
He's-
hey, what do you think about this?
Schaefer strikes me as like a really big, like, this team wins games kind of guy because the Vikings have fit perfectly into that category for a couple out of the last like 3 or 4 years.
Yeah.
They have been Their record has been a lot better than what the DVOA might show.
They are number 1 right now in DVOA. I sent it to him the other day.
Okay, there you go.
And then he just responded, win probability.
What was the year where they won every game by like a point?
2 years
2
ago.
years ago. They
And
were
that
like
was-
13-4.
Everyone
right?
was like, they suck.
Yeah.
And then they lost. They lost to the Giants.
Yeah.
I mean, hard to come back from that.
Tough.
Yeah. Not great. Not great.
Tough look for analytics or bad guy.
Yeah. Yes, it was. Yes.
That's a big narrative game.
Oh, yeah, it was.
Well, they were both like that. The Giants were kind of like
the
that
Giants
too.
weren't good either.
Yeah, they were kind of like that too. They were kind of win every game by 2 points. Type of team.
They were a bad team.
Yeah, there wasn't a lot to prove.
Tough division, though. Came out of a tough division.
No, they
didn't.
Iron sharpens iron.
That division hasn't been tough since the 80s.
Lot of,
80s.
oh, would you stop it, John?
The NFC Beast.
The Beast. It's back. Have you seen this?
I think it's the NFC least.
No,
It's the least.
Don't do what John does. Don't do
What?
this.
Be
I'm not
right?
doing what John does.
Yeah, be
I
right.
don't think any of those teams are good, except for maybe the Washington Football Commanders.
The Washington team is pretty good.
Their offense is awesome.
The other parts of that division are your bad team. You already know that.
Hey, they won on the road.
The Eagles are bad. You already know that.
Suck.
Yeah.
And the Giants are
And the
bad.
Giants.
Oh, Giants beat the NFC West leading Seahawks.
I don't know.
Yeah, but I'm not of the delusion that the NFC West is good this year.
What
That's right.
division is good?
Ooh,
Well, the North
Which one?
NFC.
NFC.
Oregon, the North.
People forget.
There's no football in Oregon.
NFC North is very good.
NFC North is good.
Yeah, it's very good. It's a good division. Any other divisions good? People said the AFC North, but the Bengals are
Yeah.
1-4. The Steelers are mid as hell. The Ravens are good.
I just think the Bengals are kind of good. They're like
Their record sucks.
they're like a bizarro DVOA. Like
Oh, I should check where they're at
Yeah,
in DVOA.
their offense. My take on them is they're going to be like the fun stats team now.
I heard that
Yeah.
yesterday.
They're just going to be the team that throws up like 35 points and loses. by
I'll throw out a division for you. The AFC West.
Is good.
The Broncos have a solid defense.
They definitely do.
The Chargers are okay.
Jim Harbaugh. Yeah, I'm with Happer. I don't think it's that good of a division overall, though. By the way, Cincinnati,
That's 3 of the
12th
4
in
teams.
DVOA.
I mean, the Raiders suck, but that's 3 out of the 4 teams.
You think the Broncos will be good, though, this
I think
year?
the Broncos are a lot closer to the Raiders than they are the Chiefs. You know?
Yeah.
Like
I wonder how Stibbs feels about that statement.
But
He would agree.
Would
He
he?
doesn't think they're good. I
but
don't
again,
think he
Kansas
does.
City's only played one of them so far, so
That's true.
we'll see.
Bengals 12th in DVOA. Washington is 10th. Minnesota is first, as I said. Baltimore's number 2.
Minnesota.
Mm-hmm.
Minnesota.
Those are the teams atop the DVOA.
Division.
Any other divisions good? I don't think so.
It's just
NFC
kinda
South. Remember
scattered
when we
around.
liked the NFC South 2 weeks ago, and now we're like, never mind.
Wait a minute. Who did that?
Well, the
So when
Saints.
the Saints were
The Saints were 2-0. The Bucks were 2-0. The Falcons
Falcons.
beat the Eagles that one time, and that was funny. And then
That division's
Panthers are
fine.
bad.
It might be pretty good. I think Tampa's pretty good. I think Atlanta's pretty good.
Yeah.
The Saints are beat up right
Nobody thinks the AFC South is good.
No, it's horrible.
now. No.
The
It's bad.
AFC East is garbage.
Definitely.
Yeah, bad division.
Yep.
Mhm.
Bad division. NFC West.
It's not good.
Not
Should we
good?
just
No.
ask what the worst division, the unequivocal worst division is right now?
I mean, the AFC South has a very strong argument for it.
Yeah.
It does.
So the Texans are good.
Yep.
Titans
Everybody
no.
else is
Colts no.
trash. Yeah.
And Jags
Well,
definitely not.
AFC East, it's the same thing. The Bills are okay, then the rest suck.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
true.
That's true. That's true.
I almost might. Just because the Patriots and the Dolphins drag everything down, I think it's the AFC East is the worst division.
John, I can't believe how low you are on your own team. You every time I see you talk about the Rams, you say
They have no players, Happer.
They're injured
Yeah.
and they're 1-4.
John's not a homer.
I think they're going to be one of the teams that is
Shout out, John.
like because their division is not very good, as previously discussed. I
Well,
think they're
but-
just going to be in these games.
Yeah, but
I don't
one-
think they're going to win the division.
One of those not very good teams blew the crap out of them a few weeks
Yeah,
ago. So
yes.
yeah, it's
They lost to the Cardinals by
it's a banged up
31. They
team.
lost to the Bears.
it's a very young team, but we need at least another year to build and then probably get a free agent too. And we don't know what our future of our quarterbacks.
That's
going to be.
you're going to need one of those,
So
You do need quarterbacks.
and it's not going to be Stetson Bennett.
no.
Hey, do you
He's
want
not
any
gonna be Stetson Bennett.
Nebraska basketball tip times? Because those have just gotten released.
I want him so bad.
Which game?
Oh, I don't care. Just give him.
I want him so
Bethune
bad, I don't care.
Cookman, Saturday, November 9th, 7 p.m.
Ugh.
Yeah.
Saturday night screaming Bethune.
That's
Cookman
Nebraska's
basketball
off week. By
Their
the way.
non-conference.
Horrible.
is bad.
Dude,
Yeah.
this is garbage.
Their non-conference home slate, especially.
UT Rio Grand Valley. Thank God for that USC BTN Plus free subscription old bit.
So
from
do
a few
they
months
have
ago.
do they have an exhibition this year, Nebraska?
Yes, Grand Valley State. They're
What
from
day is
Michigan,
that?
I believe. Sunday, October 27th. Yeah.
I think that's because I might have to work that one or something. Like
Work
that.
the Nebraska game?
Yeah,
Like you're doing PA?
Yeah,
Because the regular people are football?
there's like a soccer game, I think.
Oh, okay. Nebraska is in Ohio State the day before for football.
Well, I know that because that'll be the
Ohio State upset. Oh, man, it's going to be cool.
no, it'll be the day that Creighton plays Purdue.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah, the 27th.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Let's
Still
see.
anxiously waiting to see what time that kicks
Very anxiously, John.
UCLA, Saturday, January 4th, 1 p.m.
All right.
Little afternoon action.
That could be the day that Nebraska plays in a playoff game, right? Their playoff games that day?
No, there are not.
All right, great.
Yeah. At least I don't think. No, because they're on New Year's Day and New Year's Eve.
Oh, that's right. They're during the week that week.
Yeah. Let's see. Looks like a lot of the weeknight games are at 8 o'clock.
Oh,
Shocking.
yikes.
Except for the one before Thanksgiving. The day before Thanksgiving, South Dakota's at 5:30, so that's early.
Yikes.
But conference weeknight games. Well, Southern's not conference, but that's at 8.
This
Rutgers 8.
is
USC
not good.
8. Illinois 7:30. Maryland 7:30. Michigan 7. Yuck. That's a lot of late games.
Bizarro John, if there was a Bizarro John,
Oh, he'd be so
he'd be
mad.
very angry.
Yeah. Yeah. Do you think Ken Pavelka is the same as you in terms of tip times? As he's like, "Argh!"
I mean, Kent
don't
does
know.
live in Omaha, doesn't he?
Yeah.
Ugh.
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, it's gross. It is. It's
Yeah.
gross.
Yeah.
It's not great to
Disgusting.
be the westernmost. Well, in Nebraska,
Not anymore.
Nebraska's not even the westernmost,
Oh!
but it's west enough.
Hey, thanks for reminding me, John. Let's look at the West Coast games. Let's see. At Oregon, 6:30 p.m. on a Sunday. At Washington, 9:30 p.m. on a Wednesday.
Whoa.
That's gross. Wednesday, February 5th.
Yikes.
No, thank you.
That's tough.
When Gonzaga's in the Big East, John, that's going to be fun for you. Oh, wait, they're in the Big 12 now.
No,
What
they're in the
day is that
Pac-12 now.
Washington game?
It's a Wednesday, February 5th. National Signing Day.
Oh, that exists.
Wow, it does. No, wait, they canceled it.
Well, they canceled the. Yeah, I don't know. Did they cancel
culture
signing
has
day, or
come
they
for
just
signing
canceled
day.
the national letter
They
of intent?
canceled letters of intent. By the way,
so
on that,
maybe we won't. Maybe Bo will get his wish. No
Oh,
more.
Nick, get Bo on the show.
No more
Okay.
signing day. Period. It's just hey, you can sign whenever.
Wednesday, February 5th,
Yeah.
Creighton is at Providence.
Oh, wow.
So they'll be playing on direct opposite sides of the country,
very fun.
right after each other on, what channel is that on?
Which one?
The Washington game?
That is on BTN. Oh, that's a reminder, Happer. Let's talk about networks. Peacock games.
Hell yeah.
Say it.
Cack.
What happened to you, John? You used to be so excited.
John, your
Cack. I'm trying to save my voice. Cack.
fervor for life is gone.
It really has disappeared.
No, it hasn't. What do you mean?
You used to say "Peacock" every time it would come up, and now you go,
You just did
low
it.
energy, John.
Are you sick?
No, I'm fine.
Does he have COVID?
What are you saving your voice
Do
for?
I have COVID?
Yeah, what are you
Does
saving
that
your voice
exist
for?
anymore?
You don't. Nothing's changing tomorrow. What's going on with the voice?
Why don't you just tell us what the pack games are?
Something's going
Instead
on.
of-
I don't know
instead
what's
of-
going on with here.
Yeah.
Something's
That's
afoot.
2 days.
Nothing is going on.
Something's afoot.
Nothing is going on.
He's triggered.
Nothing. It is.
Are you triggered?
John, what's wrong?
I'm.
Do you want us to be your therapist?
I'm gonna be triggered if you don't shut up and tell me where the Peacock games
you.
are. You ugly dumbass.
What about him? He started
Now
it.
I'm
He got
triggered.
triggered to me yesterday about the whole Bob Costas Royals thing.
Yeah.
I didn't
And
get triggered. I just challenged.
Maybe
you.
he's actually mad that the Dodgers are currently losing to the Padres because he wants to see
Shohei.
Shohei. That's what it
Man,
is.
Oh God, I'm so devastated.
Iowa at Iowa, Tuesday, January 7th.
Go
Famously
Hawks.
not January 6th. Peacock, 7 o'clock. And the
Wow.
other, there's only two. The other is Tuesday, March 4th at Ohio State, 8 o'clock.
So Creighton
So
has
They're
more
in the
Peacock.
Eastern time
Yeah.
zone. That's a 9 o'clock local game in Columbus. Gross.
Creighton has more Peacock games than Nebraska.
Because they have 3.
Brett,
Shout out
yeah.
Old Man Duck.
College
Exactly.
basketball loves starting games at 10 p.m.
Nick, they did. They
Well,
really
I
do.
mean, the advantage it has is it's a 2-hour sport. I mean, it doesn't usually go more than 2 hours. so.
Squeeze them all in.
By the way,
You start a football game at 10. That
And when
baby's
you
not
have-
getting over till 2 a.m.
and when you have mega conference that goes from sea to shining sea, you can do one at 9:30.
Shining
We should still call it the Coast to Coast Conference.
Indiana,
Coast.
by the way, on
Nice.
Friday, December the 13th. Friday night's a great night for basketball because it's on Fox.
People are saying
at
that.
7 o'clock. How about them apples?
Fox basketball?
Big Fox college hoops. What a mistake.
The Fox basketball theme.
No. Basically everything is BTN. There's
Didn't
a few
they
FS1s.
Didn't they trade Round Ball Rock back to NBC?
I don't know if they. I mean,
Maybe they'll both
Fox
have it at
bought
the
the
same time.
rights to it, so they both technically could use it.
Great.
That'd be hilarious.
Perfect.
I think they should.
I would
Just
be.
keep confusing everything, and then poor Jack Collinsworth won't know what to do with himself.
No, there is NBC doing Big Ten games the next year, or can they do them this year? Because it's just on Peacock for Nebraska.
No, they're
Why
in
don't-
on the Big Ten this year
Okay.
because they did.
I think it's only Peacock.
Just Peacock?
I don't think they were meant to. They were
Oh.
going to be on NBC Network.
I
were
got
they?
you. I know what you were saying.
Oh, wait. No, I think no, there are games on NBC. I'm looking at the entire Big Ten schedule.
Nebraska didn't get a major network game?
Sad.
Interesting.
Big Ten tournament, by the way. First day will be Peacock. Second and third day will be BTN, and then the Saturday and Sunday.
Wow,
will, of
that's
course, be
interesting because
CBS.
Peacock also has the first day of the Big East tournament.
Do they really?
Yeah.
Oh wow, that'll be. I guess
Yeah.
it's a streaming service. You can do whatever the
They're
hell
not
you
on the
want.
same day, right? Because the Big Ten starts a day early.
Oh, good call.
Well, no.
Big Ten starts Wednesday the 12th.
Yeah, and that's the day of the first round of the Big East tournament.
Yeah. But
The
it's a streaming
play-in
service. You can
games.
do whatever you want on a
That's
streaming
true.
service. It's not
Yeah,
like
yeah.
one channel.
Yeah.
Give us double box, Peacock.
That's true.
Let's watch
So
both
theoretically,
basketball
they could
games.
play these games at whatever time they'd like,
They
and
could
yet they
play 'em,
choose to schedule
yeah.
them at 9:30.
What an excellent point.
Interesting.
That is disgusting.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Good point.
Kevin Kugler has reached out.
Hi,
Is
Kevin.
John okay? Hope nothing is wrong.
Oh,
I should text your wife and ask her if everything's okay.
Is John okay?
Is something going on with John?
Only because I didn't say Peacock the way you wanted me
Well,
to say
just
Peacock.
there's something afoot. There's
Yeah, you
something
know-
missing.
No, there is nothing.
John, I
missing.
think that you think
There
we don't
is
know
no-
you very well, and I think
No, I know you don't know me very well. I'm
Hmm.
literal. I'm fine.
He's fine.
you're not perky like you usually are.
I
You're a
am
perky
never
boy.
perky.
Yes, you are.
Oh,
You're a
you are
perky
perky.
boy.
You guys are so weird.
We call you Perky
We know
John.
you so well. You don't know. I literally am the opposite of perky.
Your best
most
friend
of the
Kevin
time.
Kugler even asked if you were okay. He knows you better than anyone.
Yeah, you were
Nailed
at his
it.
wedding.
I know Kevin better than anyone. Kevin is a instigator.
Is
He likes to poke the bear.
He's wondering though.
That's what he
Text from the
likes to do.
402 if we check John for low T. John, how's your tea doing today? Is it low?
Have you checked?
Plenty of tea.
Check your
Lots
tea.
of tea.
Mm.
There's Mr. T. There's iced tea.
Mm.
There's
President T.
President
Presidency.
T.
Venmo Chris says, "Hey
Soon to be
boys,
President T.
my partner recently bought a stroller to take our cats on walks with.
Yikes.
Oh,
I know. How TF? That means how the
yes.
do I handle this? People have seen it as it's in the back seat, and now I'm getting questions. So
They think you had a kid.
they think he's going to have a child, but he doesn't want to say my wife is walking cats.
Yeah.
I don't
I'd
know what
say
you do
just
here,
don't
Chris.
go out in public anymore, probably.
Yeah, or end the relationship.
Or just deal with it.
So he doesn't want to admit that his girlfriend's walking cats?
That's right.
I wouldn't want to.
Why not?
With a stroller?
Cats like to walk.
With a stroller?
Yeah, I
People
think
walk
that's
dogs with
Yeah,
strollers.
cats
Yeah.
like to walk
Old,
on the
old
ground.
dogs. When I see a dog in
Well,
a
but-
stroller, I think that dog is near the end of its life. This is very nice. If I saw a cat in a stroller, I'd be like, "You're a weirdo."
Well, people don't take cats for walks.
Yeah, you don't take cats on walks.
Exactly.
Some
Leave
people
them in
do.
the house.
Some
Cats
people
just
do
walk.
take cats for walks.
Yeah.
They
No.
have cat harnesses.
They
and
jump and they
leashes.
lift up their butthole at you. I hate cats.
Same.
Look at
They
my
take-
butthole.
That's what they do. Hey, have you seen it? No, I don't want to.
They don't care about you. You don't have to care about
in
them.
in defense, dogs do that too.
Banks doesn't walk up and lift up his tail in my face.
Like, look at my butthole,
Yeah.
Josh.
Banks doesn't wag his tail when he goes on walks?
He wags his tail, but he does. I'm saying like a cat will come up behind you and be like, "Hey, look, check out my star." Doesn't
Yeah,
it-
but when Wrigley walks and
Maybe they
Banks-
want you to
her
cheese.
tail her tail sticks up in the air, and so you see the starfish.
chocolate starfish.
they're dogs. They're fine.
That sounds like your wife's deal, and that doesn't have to be related to you. So just let your partner do it. It's fine.
Oh, boo.
Thanks.
Boo.
Just explain. My partner likes to walk the cats in the stroller.
Here's my question:
Then
Why?
that's it. That's all you have to do.
I don't think I've ever had a cat that would acquiesce to being in a stroller.
that's a
the
rare
cat would
kind of
jump
cat.
out of the stroller and say, "No, I'm doing
How
my
do you
own."
lock the
100%.
cat down? They're gonna
Unless
hate
it's a
you.
chill cat.
Which doesn't exist.
Some exist. My
Oh, yeah,
buddy
there's-
has a chill cat. Name's Luna.
the kind of cat that you've
It's a Maine
overfed,
Coon.
and it's just like laying around like Jabba the Hutt.
Many people reaching out to ask about John. Drake DeGrassi says John is saying I'm fine, very similarly to my wife when she is in fact not fine.
Interesting.
Oh.
Sam says, "Hey John, sorry you're having a bad day. Here is a great deal on mustard that you can enjoy on a steaming hot brat post mo. Look at all that mustard.
Ooh, you got
Really?
stone ground
Thing
on
is,
there? I like stone ground.
Finally,
classic yellow.
we have plenty of mustard in the house.
Do you
Lots
really?
of mustard.
I just bought
How much
a new
mustard do you have?
Well, at least one, if not two bottles of the yellow and two bottles of the brown,
Nice. How long does mustard usually last
A
you guys?
long, long time for me.
which is why it is the superior kind.
I feel like
It
I
is a
have
great
mustard forever.
condiment.
I like stone ground. That's my favorite.
Stone ground is good. I
Do
do
you
like
have
stone
to?
ground.
So does it have a thing on the top, or do you have to spoon it out?
Just spoon it out.
Okay, I'm just
The stone,
I'm just
the
asking,
stone ground you always
Yeah.
have to spoon out because
Yeah. It
know,
comes in the little
you'd need a garden hose to get that stuff
You
out.
would.
with all
Garden
the-
hoser.
with all the
God knows.
Stone ground is a
Stone.
special mustard. You don't just squirt it. You have to take your time with the stone
I've
ground.
seen
You got to
the special
spread it.
mustards.
You got to spread that.
I like a good old brown mustard in
Yeah,
the little bottle.
the deli mustard.
Yep.
When you get the squeeze mustard, do you also spread it or do you just squeeze it and call it good?
No, I just do like a pinwheel
Good.
Mhm.
thing, and that's it.
I spread it because I put other stuff on my sandwich. Mayonnaise. And
Good take, Apper.
you know,
Why are you doing
So
that?
you put the mustard and the mayonnaise on the same slice of bread?
correct.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Because if I have two
Hot
two
coffees.
two hot coffees, two hot condiments
Mhm.
on my sandwich, I
Mhm.
put mustard
Two hot
on one.
condies.
Nice. I'd put like mustard on one and mayo on the other. It's like a peanut butter jelly sandwich. Peanut
Yeah.
butter on one, jelly on the
Oh,
other.
see,
Can I
on
see Mike's mom?
on PB and J, I put both PB and J on both breads.
Wait, you do both on both breads?
That's right.
Just get a goober at that point.
You
if you're
don't
gonna
do
that.
one on
What's a
one side
goober?
and one on the other?
No, but both on both.
A goober is where they sell it,
Wow.
where it's the peanut butter and the
Oh,
jelly
that's
mixed
so
in
No, I'm not
stupid.
trying to
That's
do that.
gross.
How do you I mean,
It's delicious.
I'm not saying it's not, but how do you keep that stuff from just getting all over the place?
John,
It's
aren't
on
you
the
someone
bread.
who you like
Unless-
your
unless you're
yolk being
spreading it.
runny? Maybe he likes his peanut butter and
You don't
jelly
like
being
yoni
runny.
roke? You runny yolk?
I do.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, you said like you like your
Well,
yolk
because
runny.
John does. I know that he
just-
does.
I just
because I
feel
know
like
John well.
it's evenly distributed when I put both on both. Same thing with the mustard.
Well,
and-
but it's evenly distributed if you do one on one side and one on the other.
yeah,
Top
but
bread.
then like the top is jelly and the bottom is peanut butter, and it's just odd. Like
but it
just put it all.
it commingles
Yeah,
in
but
your mouth. The
You're not
second you
eating
bite
it
into
separate.
it,
You're putting it all in your mouth at the same
it
time.
mixes together. That's what happens.
I like them both. I like them both mixed in.
Oh, okay.
Mix them all in.
Well,
Then get a goober. Just get some goober.
No,
I'm
that's
not gonna get a
so
goober.
sus.
silly.
No.
It's
No,
less
I
than.
like to control the ratio of the peanut butter to the jelly.
Try it. Try and put.
You know
I
who
have
else likes
tried
to
it.
control
I
the
don't like
ratio?
it. That's why I do it this way.
And the underhits.
The under.
What did you say about Mr. H?
I said, you know who else liked to control the ratio?
Designated Hitler.
Yikes.
Do you imagine if he had lived and
Some people think he did.
then
Argentina.
what do they call that stuff? The goober?
Goober.
The
Oh.
goober?
Uh-huh.
What's the goober? I don't
Can
understand.
you
you
butter
imagine,
and jelly
can you
mixed
imagine
in
the
with each
commercials?
other.
You know,
Ew.
you get the people on the commercials going, "Hey, look, you could squeeze this all in the same time." And then there's always the contrarian who says you shouldn't do it, and they bring
like
in,
you with Pop
It's-
Costas
they
yesterday.
Yeah,
just
it's
bring in
Smucker's,
Mr.
Happer.
H, and he says,
Here's the
"But
goober.
I like to control the ratio."
Look, it's Smucker's goober.
Yeah, why didn't you just call it Smuckers?
Okay, I don't
because
want
it's
that.
goober. It's called goober.
I
That's
don't-
what it's called.
I don't want
specifically.
that. I want when it's stored and like it's
Oh,
being prepared. No, just
Connor
peanut
wants
there
to
it is.
control the ratio.
Uh-huh.
Okay.
yeah. That is
Exactly.
so
no,
nasty.
no,
No.
no.
That is a way to make extra money as a company.
yeah.
No, thank you.
That for lazy people, like, oh, I don't want to have to bring down the peanut butter from the pantry and
Yeah.
get the jelly. I just
Yeah.
want one jar.
I think the
Like,
real final step is just Uncrustables, which is also a Smucker's
the final
thing.
step, or is it maybe something else?
Oh my god.
Getting into dangerous territory.
Uncrustables are pretty awesome. though.
Smucker's did really just corner the was it horizontal production of the peanut butter sandwich because they have the separate things you can just make it yourself, or they
Right.
have the halfway point, the
Mhm.
goober,
Right.
and then they just have the end result,
Yep.
Uncrustable.
Yep.
They did it.
You know who loves Uncrustables?
Me.
Runners. They eat them while they run.
Who's they?
Like ultra runners mainly.
What's wrong? What's wrong with just a regular peanut butter and jelly?
It's because it's like easier just to so you don't have to prepare it. You're just saving time.
Yeah.
What if it's already?
I'm not an
Uncrustables-
ultra runner yet. I don't do this.
Uncrustables are really
I eat
compact.
Oreos.
What's an
so-
ultra?
Anything above a marathon.
Oh wow.
Anything above 26.2.
Who would do that?
So you know what you
Me
should do?
someday.
You
No,
should go. You should
don't
go
do that.
Do the
1/10
blood
of a
run.
mile further and say, "I'm an ultra now."
Actually, that is technically an ultra.
Don't
Josh,
do that.
What?
Do the blood run next year.
I don't know what that is.
That's that thing that Paige did that she ran for 6 hours, but then they also have a 12-hour, 36-hour, a 3-hour.
I'd love to do a 50-mile race someday.
That is too far.
Yeah.
50 feet for some of us is too far.
Yeah, it would take you.
I can get
It'd
about
take you a long time to run 50 miles, Josh.
Oh yeah.
I can get about
many
a half
hours.
a mile before I feel like I want to die.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know what would happen to me if I tried to run for more than probably about 10 minutes.
You should do that. It'd be a new bit.
If I just
Happer
ran,
runs for 10 minutes.
just run for 10 minutes.
Yeah. See what
See
happens.
how far I go.
Nick, get out the video camera, make a little content.
Oh,
There
this
you
could be
go.
good
There's your
content.
Yeah.
content.
Yeah. Make sure you mark it so Nick knows when the funny stuff is.
He's not happy
You
about
really
that.
triggered him, didn't you?
I thought that was funny. I'm sorry, Nick.
I thought it was too.
It's important that you mark it.
I didn't know. I wasn't told. He asked me like I knew
I'm pretty sure it
in
was
the midst of my interview.
I'm pretty sure it was in an email.
There's
Oh,
a lot of words in
It
those
wa-
emails.
It was because.
Oh, did you do it?
Oh yeah.
Oh.
Oh
And I-
no,
and
Josh!
I gave him like 6
Damn
or
it.
7.
All right. Well,
Gary
I
did
even
it
had a
too.
little piece of paper in front of me, and I would look at the clock.
I can
on
go
the little
back. I'll do
countdown
it.
and say, "Oh, that was an interesting line," and I. marked
I
the
edit a
time
1
down, and then I
hour
just sent him an
running
email.
podcast every week, and I set up timestamps, so it's not that big of a deal. I'll
Some
help
of
you
us
out,
follow
Nick.
instructions.
Wow. Damn it. That John did it and Gary did it is a tough look for me. I will own this tough look.
Now, what if Nick he didn't clip it at the time, but he just went back and got the clips for you?
I mean, that's
Would that
also,
work?
That's less work for me.
Okay,
I'm not
so
gonna
maybe
do,
you
I'm
can
not
just
gonna
do that.
though. No.
Oh, okay.
As long as it's
Well,
marked
yeah,
and I have a
Well,
direction.
you have to have the editing software and all that.
I have that.
Oh, you do? Okay.
Mhm. Yeah.
Well, then why don't you do that and make it up to him?
Make it up for the joke.
I love you, Nick.
Hmm.
And then
I
while
love
you're
you
at
too,
it, make a
Josh.
thumbnail.
Whoa,
make a-
stepping on my toes now. I'm the thumbnail
Ooh,
guy.
I like Canva. I'll make a thumbnail.
I love Canva.
Yeah, I know. You
I
do.
finally realized this Canva thing. It's on all these commercials. It's
Yeah.
on all these.
It's getting
sport-
big.
Yeah.
Canva's
I'm
really
like-
blowing up. It's in the mainstream.
All it is just a thing that you can
It's-
create graphics with outlines on
It's
them
just Photoshop for
And
for
glowing.
idiots. Yeah,
and glowing.
and glowing.
Okay.
You do a lot of stuff on it.
it's just
Canva's fun.
Photoshop for
It
idiots.
just seems like a weird thing to be advertising during an NFL game.
I think it's because it's starting to get a little bit bigger, and they're trying to get
Everyone
people
uses
on
it.
there.
It's like StreamYard. I mean,
Yeah, but
Everybody-
how many-
it's
how many
like-
football. How many football viewers are like, man, I need me a program to
Well,
create so I
John,
can create graphics.
people that do
outlines."
podcasts.
No,
yeah.
people, because everybody's got a podcast. Everyone needs to make graphics, and nobody wants to pay a graphic designer to do it, so they're just going to do it themselves. That's why AI is as big as it is now.
So many people have podcasts.
Everybody has a podcast.
I have so many podcasts.
So many thumbnails.
Yeah, I do the Jay's pod, do a running pod, do a pod with Jack.
Pod.
A lot of pods. You do many pods
Pod pilled.
I only do 2 pods.
and your radio show.
My radio show, which becomes like 12 pods.
Yeah, every day. Yeah, it's a lot of pods.
It's only 14 pods.
Yeah.
By
Yeah,
the
get
way,
ready. I
the,
bet the Canva price will go up at some point soon when everybody starts getting on it. Like
Well, yeah, because they're
StreamYard did
spending
recently.
$1 billion to advertise on Monday Night Football.
StreamYard went up big time recently. Oof.
Yikes.
Yeah, indeed.
Well,
Indeed, it was.
Indeed
Well,
it
I
was.
guess we're going to be killing some podcasts now.
Maybe Twitter price will go up too. I wonder who'll have to foot the bill for
Oh,
that.
that's right. You pay for it. Good job,
Interesting.
Happer. Otson says Canva has other features than the outline feature, FYI. Yes, I use other features.
Can't
I'm
confirm.
only familiar with it in the outline function.
This is one where you can like
Because that's what our resident Canva user does.
He's very good at
I
it.
also do glows, John.
And glowing.
And
I do
outline
outlines
sorry.
and
glows.
I'm
glows.
sorry.
I do
He's
this
the
thing-
outliner and the glow.
you can
He is
click
the
on somebody
director of
and then
outlines and glows.
move that thing around. I
Mhm.
made a fun graphic recently.
Josh
by
uses
moving-
Canva for all his stuff. He's actually quite proficient.
Me?
He does
Oh.
Josh Hodson.
Oh wow.
He does more than outlines and glows.
Yeah. He
Yes,
does a lot of graphic stuff.
He does a good job.
Yeah.
By the way,
Yeah,
the
it's a good-
Tigers are taking the
Oh,
early
baseball. Oh no.
So
Schaefer, when he
Schaefer-
joins us soon,
lead.
he's
Chase
gonna
is
be so
in a bad
distraught.
mood.
Oh man. What will he ever say, I wonder?
Yeah.
Probably blame analytics.
Ha.
Analytics.
Nice.
By the way, going back to something said much earlier in this crossover.
John is sad. Yes.
Yeah, we know.
Casey Mike's mom.
Oh,
Lifting your starfish to strangers isn't always a bad thing. Trust me. I edited that for
yes, probably for the best, John.
for decency.
It's very kind of you. Very kind of you.
John, you seem better now.
I am the same right now as I was when I walked in here. I believe it is you all who have changed.
Oh no, we're the
I'm
same.
the exact same
no,
person.
I think you.
Though I do feel like a big idiot since you did something that we were supposed to do that I
Yeah, that
missed
was
in that
bad of you.
email.
Why?
Who sent that email? Was it him or
I
was
sent
it-
that email.
He did.
Wow, thanks for reading my emails.
I normally do.
I mean,
Nick.
you were also asked to help out with the whole rest thing, and then Michael Severe had to come to your rescue. So
Oh, I hate you so much. Still triggered about that.
can't wait till Michael fills in on Friday. He'll probably have done something else that you were supposed to do.
Probably.
I don't like this. Yeah, now I'm trying to find this email and I can't find it.
Oh, it's in there.
It was the email
It's
that
the one with a lot of words.
Yeah, a lot of
See,
words.
that's the
a
thing.
lot
There
of
are
best
so
words.
many because it just keeps talking about at home versus in studio over and over and over. So I can't find the one.
You
where it was
saying
like-
the email buried the lead?
Yeah,
It's the
apparently.
email's fault. You didn't do your job, Josh.
I mean, there was Nick. To be fair, you were sending a lot of emails at this time, but I'll own up to it. Again, I'm happy to help out.
No wonder he reads a lot because he has very little reading retention. He's got to
Nice.
keep going back.
It's just they're just words.
Damn it, can't find it.
Tough look, Josh.
It is.
Yeah.
It is. It'll be great though. Am I allowed to? I almost said a name. That wasn't a curse word. Am I allowed to say what? Do people know what we're doing?
Of course you can. It's not a
Right,
big
so
we
we're doing all
should
these-
actually tease this.
Yeah, so we're
not
doing
a
all
big
these
secret.
interviews, and I talked to Matt Schick today for an hour about his time at the Zone, and he told a story that I had never heard before about when he left.
Yeah.
It's really, really good.
Also, everyone should tweet at Nick Baugh and tell him to respond to my text message. That's all.
I'm talking to Severe
Just-
tonight.
Just tweet at Nick.
John's talked to Kevin.
Yep.
We're telling stories about the Zone.
Yep.
Schick was great. It's pretty crazy to think
I'm
that
so excited for this. This is going to be so much fun. I'm
Yeah.
going to learn a lot.
Yeah.
I can't wait.
Yeah.
And this will be good to talk to everybody.
Yeah.
Get the
exactly.
history together.
And Nick's going to create a lot of graphics with outlines and glows.
It's going to be sweet.
I can't-
And there will be
it'll be the first
video
time in-
clips that we all helped out Nick with by marking them.
At
Thank
the
you.
appropriate times.
Which is what I'm doing
Mhm.
later today.
Mhm.
Sam writes, it's talking about John's better mood. It's because he bought 105 ounces of mustard for under $5.
Congrats on the mustard, John.
Mustard.
See,
boy.
I wouldn't like that container because I like the squeezable with the yellow.
You don't want to
mustard.
just pour it out like this?
Yeah, no, not out of a big ass coffee can.
That's a lot of
Do we
goop.
get
It's
any?
like a coffee can of mustard? No.
Do we
not
get
really.
any correspondence about how people feel about the peanut butter and jelly on the same breads?
No, I don't think I saw any
Because
of
I
that.
want to know if I'm weird on that.
I don't think it's weird. It
Okay.
just seems excessive.
It admittedly takes some extra effort.
Unless you're just spreading it thin on both sides.
It also doesn't
It
seem
is pretty
like
thin on both sides.
at some point there's a point of diminishing returns, right? It's
Yeah.
gonna taste the same whether you do it on both sides or one side.
It's just a matter of how much
I don't know. That's just the
mess
way
you can tolerate.
That's just the way I like to get down.
Some would say it's just the way it is.
Some things never change.
See, I like to spread the
It'll
peanut
never
butter
be the
on one piece
same.
of bread and then use the clean piece of bread to wipe the knife off to get the excess peanut butter off and then go for the jelly.
You can still do that. That's where the
See-
crust is. So you put both. You have two pieces of bread. You put the peanut butter on each side, and then you get the jelly out. You clean the knife off with the edge of the bread.
You're putting it on the crust of the bread? On
You
the
do
edge?
peanut butter first and then jelly? I feel like jelly's easier to wipe off than peanut butter. Because then you're gonna get peanut butter inside your jelly jar.
No. Peanut butter is easier to wipe off. You just wipe it.
I feel
you
like
put it up
peanut-
against the bread. And you just slide.
So
it.
you're putting up against
feel
the,
like peanut butter's
the edge
too-
of the bread.
Yeah, wherever it needs to be. Yeah,
Huh.
it's just a cleaning mechanism at that
Yeah,
point.
because I just wipe it off on the top of the bread.
Yeah.
And then I dive in for the jelly.
John has emailed in. Yes, Connor is weird.
It's what I expected.
Sorry, Happer.
That's just the way it is.
Mhm.
Maybe one day, here's some video content.
Oh, Mark,
We
this.
can all just come in and make peanut butter and jelly sandwiches and
Oh,
analyze everyone's methodology
That
for using
is a
peanut
good idea.
That's good.
Can we
video
eat the
content.
sandwiches, John? Can we decide who has the best sandwich?
Oh,
are you
like
gonna
a
be
blind
triggered
taste
when I don't
test.
put jelly on mine?
Yeah, but
Mine's gonna be crunchy.
well, then you can't participate.
Yeah, you're out.
What? No.
What is your sandwich?
Peanut butter?
Gross.
So we all make our own peanut butter jelly sandwiches, then we blindfold, and then we do a taste test
Right.
of whose is better.
because we're all going to have our own.
Methods.
I mean, I'm gonna
the
use the
madness.
crunchy. I'm a crunchy.
I'm also
guy.
a crunchy boy.
I'm not.
Are you a Peter Pan, a Skippy, or something else?
It's whatever's in the cupboard.
I think
The wife buys all of it. It's either Skippy or Jif,
I think that Peter Pan has more peanuts to butter ratio than any other crunchy peanut butter.
and that's Jif as in peanut butter,
Oh, here we go.
not GIF as in.
John's
thing
back
you
to
put
being
on the
triggered
computer.
again.
You think peanut butter wipes off better than jelly? I think jelly wipes off way cleaner. Peanut butter is so streaky, but jelly just
I mean,
once.
he is right about that.
Just
but-
use the pressure. Use the pressure to your advantage.
you don't want to break the bread.
the pressure.
No.
He likes hard crust. He's got hard crust.
I've never had a problem with this.
Do
Getting
any of you
peanut butter
guys-
in my jelly?
Do you guys ever refrigerate your peanut butter?
No.
I do. I'm a refrigerate peanut butter guy.
Why?
Yeah.
It's what I was always taught growing up. It lasts longer, is what I was told.
No, I don't think so.
It already lasts.
Yeah,
It
it's
lasts a
peanut
long
butter.
damn time. Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't think.
Do you refrigerate your ketchup,
Yes.
hot sauce,
Yes. Well,
Butter?
some hot sauce says refrigerate after opening specifically.
butter?
Does?
Yes.
Which hot sauce says refrigerator?
I don't know off the top of my head, but there are some where I think Cholula might.
What
Or
about
maybe,
pasta
maybe not
sauce?
Cholula. There
They
is
do?
You're supposed to
Because they're always
refrigerate
sitting
that.
out on the table at the Mexican restaurant.
right. Probably not Cholula, but there are hot sauces where it specifically says refrigerate after
I have
opening.
never seen this. I have not.
It's like
familiar with
ranch, you
these.
know. After you open ranch, you have to refrigerate.
Well, yeah,
that.
but that's because ranch has dairy in it.
I put it all in the fridge after I open it.
We
Not
used to
peanut
be
butter,
a
obviously.
refrigerate the ketchup.
I don't refrigerate ketchup or hot sauce.
Wow.
I don't refrigerate hot sauce.
0% of the time.
No. Yeah. Why would I?
I have no idea. I don't
Yeah.
use ketchup, so I wouldn't.
I guess I don't know. Maybe we do. I don't know. I don't eat ketchup, but I know some people don't. I definitely don't hot sauce. It's in our pantry.
Yeah.
I got some hot sauce in my fridge. Various sauces.
Nice.
Yeah, we're always running low on the Franks.
Well, John, I hope you feel better.
I hope you guys feel better too.
I
I feel great.
I keep looking for this email. I can't find this.
My
email.
favorite baseball team
Nick,
is
did you
playing in a
send
very
this to
important
me?
game.
I think I
Maybe
did.
he just sent it to John. Because if so, then I rescind my apology if I can't find this email.
Okay, let me
no.
look. Let me look.
I looked at his recap email. I looked up his follow-up email, and I looked up his other follow-up email.
Nick, who'd you send it to?
I thought I sent it to everybody.
Well,
when did you
check it out.
send this? How long ago was this?
Last Wednesday, I think.
Yeah, I can't find it anywhere. I found one from 2 days ago, but again, that just talks about the separate audio. And then I have the one from the 25th anniversary meeting. Yeah, I got nothing.
I'm
Very interesting.
Sorry if I didn't send you the email.
Yeah.
Thank you, Nick.
But then how would I have gotten the communication?
I don't know, John.
Because I specifically remember being asked to do it.
Well, this is all quite the mystery.
Yep, I guess we'll figure it out during the commercial. By the way, many people are commenting on the peanut butter thing.
Yeah. What are they saying?
Just the refrigeration, they can't believe it.
Oh, yeah.
I'll put it
Yeah,
in the
because
fridge.
it's already a pretty
stunner.
solid. I mean, you put it in the refrigerator, becomes even more.
I actually like that. I want the
Difficult to-
contrast with the jelly and the jelly being cold.
yeah,
And I like the peanut butter being kind of room temperature. Like
Yeah.
that feels right to me.
yeah.
And I also don't need the peanut butter to be any harder than
Yes.
it is.
It's so hard.
It needs to be more malleable.
I don't find the peanut butter that bad, especially if you put it on toast. It melts pretty quick, then it gets easy to spread.
I don't like my PB&Js on toast.
But I don't like
I will
room
occasionally.
temperature peanut butter. Sometimes it gets too goopy.
Goopy.
Sometimes it gets a little too much.
The Goop Boys.
Yeah.
The goop.
Nice.
All right, feel better, John. See ya.
All right,
Bye, Hepper.
go Yankees.
Wow, the truth is told.
What do you mean?
We knew it the whole time. We knew it the whole
The
time.
guy who said many times the last 2 weeks, I don't like the Royals.
And you like the Yankees? They're like the Cowboys.
Better than the
of-
Royals.
You like the Yankees more than the Royals?
Not really, but I don't give a damn.
Oh, see, he's just triggered. It's all right, John. Feel better.
I got to work with it for the next 3.5 hours, Happer. Stop it.
Go Yankees.
See, I knew it.
Be back on 1620.
Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO. Don't miss a moment, they'll give you your fix. They're on every day from 2 until 6. Spend your afternoons with John, Josh, and Nick. John, Josh, and Nick. They'll show you what sports talk really is.
Welcome to a Wednesday, which is a dumb debates day here on the program.
Just got a text that said it's too early for college basketball, man. Good take.
Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO.
You're right. It is too early for college basketball, but
No,
it's never
no,
too early
no.
for college baseball.
It's way too early for that. It could be the week before the College World Series, and I would say it's still too early for college baseball talk.
You know, I used to think that soccer fans were very whiny about, why don't you love our sport? Why don't you?
Yeah.
Starting to think college football or just football fans in general are in that same boat. You can't talk about anything else. It's not right.
No, it's just
It's a lot of whining.
it's not that you can't.
What
It's
did-
that I
what did-
don't want to.
Same thing.
Is it?
It's basically the same
Dumb
thing.
debates. Is that the same thing?
It's basically the same thing. People are wanting to censor us. There's
Theo's-
enough talk about censorship right now on the For
Nice.
You tab. I don't need it here.
Theo, basketball emoji greater than football emoji. Theo, I thought you were smart.
I never thought
Dear
Theo
God.
was basketball pilled.
Theo now just takes John's side. He probably
Oh.
thought at the start of the crossover John was in a good mood too.
I never said I was in a good mood. I never said I was in a
Oh,
bad mood.
interesting.
Interesting.
Never said good,
So
never
you're just-
said bad.
You're just existing?
You're
I'm-
just
I'm-
mid.
Can't you be in a neutral mood?
Sure.
Not
That's called
good, not bad.
existing.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
called, that's just life.
Existing, drifting
Yeah.
through life.
There you go.
Nimbly
That's
bibbly.
where I've been.
Jumping from tree to tree.
That's where I've been.
John didn't laugh at that because he hates good comedy.
Happer's meme guy
I
says
don't
there
even
is
know what you were talking about.
there is no greater disease in the sport fan sphere than poison football brain. It's the real pandemic. Is football brain the real pandemic?
I don't know.
Man, it's good to be in a football market, though, and I'm happy for our listeners that they have me. I am here for
Wow.
you.
Wow.
John wants to talk about basketball and baseball for some reason, but football fan,
Baseball's happening right now. It's 1-0 Tigers in the second.
I'm here for
Disseminating.
you. I am here for you. I offer my hand. I will wash your feet and I will dry them off, and then I will talk to you about the quarterback position at Nebraska.
Did you just compare yourself to somebody?
No.
Sure did.
No.
That's what it
Interesting.
sounded like to me.
Are people not allowed to wash other people's feet,
Let
Nick?
me tell you that something. I guarantee you that old JC didn't have teeth as hideous as Josh.
Wow.
I mean, probably. he
Well,
did.
that's true.
It
Back
was-
then,
I was good. It's 2,000 years ago.
unless you believe what you see on the
Yeah.
stained glass windows, where
That's true. Where he was white.
I
Very odd.
I don't know.
How was the
Dental-
Middle East?
all right,
Eastern
I'm
white?
probably gonna go to
Dental
hell.
hygiene was weirdly good back in the day because people would always pick their teeth. They didn't realize that they were doing good hygiene. They were just doing it.
I'm going to go to hell for this, but what the hell?
About time
I'm
that you-
already headed there anyway. But
Yeah, you
I
would-
was sitting in
Oh my
church
gosh,
the
he
other
admitted
day.
it.
I was sitting in church the other day, and I was
Yeah.
sitting right next to the stained glass windows, and they'd just redone all the stained glass windows.
Yeah.
and they're very nice, stained glass windows.
Sure.
But I'm looking at the individuals depicted, and how perfectly wavy everyone's hair was, and
And how white they all looked.
it was very clean. Yes, it was very clean,
Yeah.
and I just was like.
Liars.
It
That's what I would
wasn't
say.
like that,
No,
it wasn't.
unless maybe it was.
I
Maybe it
don't think it
was
was.
like
It was
like
dirty.
that back then,
And sandy.
and then it went all
Sandy.
to crap,
It's like Star Wars.
and then it came back.
You watch episode 1 and you're like, whoa, all the spaceships are so shiny.
That's
but then you get to episode 4 and they're not.
Yep,
George,
That's it.
what are you doing?
That's
man?
it.
I remember as a kid,
I
I was
think
like,
that's
that's
it.
cool. But then I was like, wait a second, that doesn't make sense.
Well, all the rebel ships were old and kind of scrapped together.
Yeah.
What
Yes.
about the Empire ships? Theirs weren't like clean looking either.
Oh, yes, they
Yeah,
were
they
very
were.
clean.
There were
On
Did
the
you ever see
inside, yes.
Did you ever
but
see
the
a dirty
outside-
stormtrooper?
No, the outside.
Good point.
They were very clean.
The TIE
very
fighter-
clean,
the
very
TIE-
orderly.
The
TIE
TIE
fighters
fighter
were
was
cool.
specifically designed for efficiency. All the Empire stuff was designed for efficiency.
All right, let's not get too nerdy.
Okay, dental hygiene, by the way,
Yeah.
355 BC.
Okay.
Ancient Greek physician Hippocrates is the first to recommend a dentifrice powder for the teeth.
Now that's just one guy though.
Okay, so that was
A
355.
guy in the Greek world.
There you go. So
just saying,
300
Nick, like-
years before Jesus. So they did have good hygiene back then.
Some did. I bet the rich people might have had better hygiene.
It was
than
probably
the- yeah.
easier for the
George
rich.
Washington had
Isn't
wooden
that-
teeth.
isn't
So
that
if he
always
had
the
wooden
case?
teeth, fair, good point. Lots of responses coming in. Otson says Josh just feels like a lot of people who used to have a large share of the market and didn't have other voices coming for their stuff. Now the football people want to take their radios back. Normal. Yeah, exactly. I'm here to remind them to order My Patriot Supply Football Edition because we have you covered. Adam writes, it's football season. No one cares about basketball. And YouTube user says, thank you, Josh, a man for the people, for being a football pervert. Thank you for your service. You're welcome, YouTube user.
I will again remind you that basketball only
Matthew's giving
came
me a high
up
five.
because
That was me.
he
Yeah.
brought it up.
I was reading. the
That's your
email.
football pervert who is
Yeah,
now
yeah,
cheating on you
Yeah.
with another sport.
Yeah.
So that little speech you gave a little bit ago,
Yeah.
it's all BS.
Yeah.
I think you need to go on a rehabilitation tour and do the talk show circuit
Oh, I'll be doing that.
and clean up your image.
I'm happy to.
You want me to call Barbara Wawa and get you on The View?
I don't know who that is.
Barbara Wawa?
One of John's nicknames. Let's just let it be and move on as fast as possible.
No, that was a Saturday Night Live nickname for Barbara Walters, Barbara Wawa,
Why?
because she had a speech impediment.
Wow.
Wow, that's mean.
Tiger
Well, that
Shark.
was back when Saturday Night Live was funny.
Tiger Shark Diver says John is melancholy. His voice is missing some bass. John, are you okay?
Oh, the infinite sadness.
Hmm.
Smashing Pumpkins.
Calvin says the fact that baseball is still going on should be a war crime. Wow.
Wow.
Time to get
People
together.
going to extremes. I'm shocked. I
I'm
feel
not.
like. Are you sure you're not looking at the For You tab?
No, John,
instead
that
of
was the YouTube comment section. Check it out, the YouTube comment
the
section.
YouTube comment section, which is the For
I
You tab
know.
of the internet.
I
of
love
the YouTube.
I love our YouTube comment section. Alex and Lincoln text
Except
in,
when he brings up basketball.
in Josh we trust. Thank you, Alex. Thank you for believing in me. I'm here for you. Should have made like a campaign
there are many
idea.
people who believe in false idols. We're voting for 2 of them in this November.
Wow.
Coming up today on the
Man.
Grum.
What do we got?
The Grum Down brought to you by the referees at John Higgins Weather Card. Halfway there.
Are we living on a prayer?
Yep, mid-season review. We're going to look back at our 10 questions and also our might win, should win, could win, shan't win, can't win.
Oh, yeah.
The baseball eliminatoire toute la journée,
What's that mean?
which is French for baseball playoffs all day long.
Oh, fun. Look at you speaking in French.
Well, you type it into the Google and it does it all the way.
I know, but you hate the French. I figure you type
Well, I
it in
do.
like a German or something.
I do, but I don't want to leave the Expos fans out.
Oh, that's nice of you.
People forget about the Expos.
R.I.P.
They do forget about the Expos. Mike Schaefer will be along in a few minutes. Husker 24/7.
Live. Very live.
Fired up for football. Idle week.
Nice.
Ralph Rousseau of The Athletic, a late addition to the
Oh,
Grum.
nice get, Nick.
Mitch Holtis also on an idle week.
Oh, nice get, Nick.
A dumb debates Wednesday.
Well, that's always there, Nick.
An elimination, an implosion, and Kamala.
Oh?
Oh.
And
Sick.
Rogers won't address solid firing accusations.
God, he sucks so hard.
402-951-1620, 42 degrees of source. By your mom's house.
By your mom's house.
JTech Construction Zone Twitter page at USC1620, where you can send your dumb debates. Please use the hashtag dumb debates. Or you can email your dumb debates or anything else you'd like into the Equitable Bank inbox, John at 1620thezone.com or Josh at 1620thezone.com. We'll find out what kind of mood Shafe is in as his beloved Guardians are trailing 1-0 in an all-important Game 3 of the ALDS. He will join us next.
Live.
Live on 1620 The Zone.
Family, it's Miss Jackie with Rib Shack Smokehouse. Call me today to cater your picnic or special events, or come visit me at Rib Shack Smokehouse in the Old Roxbury Plaza for lunch or dinner. Dine in or carry out. Have a meal to remember. Rib Shack Smokehouse offers slow-cooked St. Louis ribs, smoked wings, catfish, turkey ribs, collard greens, mac and cheese, and more. Rib Shack Smokehouse brings that unique Southern taste to the Midwest. Welcome to the Rib Shack.
A team succeeds when they work together. Banking's no different. At UBT, we're in your corner for every financial move you want to make. Your money's backed by a roster of experts who put in the work to know you and your community. So whether you're opening a savings account, buying a
Mike Schaefer.
There's a part of me that really thinks that there's a Sasquatch.
Mike Schaefer.
I think the issues here are largely football related.
Mike Schaefer.
People are like, oh, the Vikings are terrible. And it's like, yeah, terrible teams always go 13-4.
Mike Schaefer.
I don't feel good for anybody. All my entire life is rooting for sports teams that get as tantalizingly close as possible and then don't win.
Mike Schaefer.
I have no joy in my heart for you or you or you.
Mike Schaefer.
We don't normally do this because remember, all of our interviews are absolutely live here on the program. We never pre-record anything. But we have to break open the fourth wall today because, as you know, right now, Cleveland is playing Detroit in the playoffs. There's no way Mike Schaefer would ever interrupt a Cleveland playoff game to be with us live. So, yes, for the first time in history, we are pre-recording this conversation with Mike Schaefer. So right now we're talking to a Mike Schaefer who does not know what is happening in the baseball game that is happening right now. So, Schaefer, with that, we welcome you to the Grum.
Yeah, this is uncharted territory. Me recording an interview with you guys. Normally, you've asked in the past, and I said no, we do it live. But this time, because I was worried about potential, dump button issues for Grimm. I didn't want to get a ton of FCC violations. Just assuming what would happen is Cleveland would have base runners on and then immediately hit a ground ball to a shortstop or second baseman who would then be able to flip it to the other person who would then casually throw it over to first while someone as fast as I am is running down the line trying to get there. I know what I said in the moment when that happened in game 2 when there was a runner on third base. I don't think it would reflect well on me, on you guys, on Husker 24/7, on polite listeners, on society. So this is best to avoid it.
Yeah, you're always saying, let's do it live. I am the Grum's Bill O'Reilly. Those are your words, not ours. And so today you are not our Bill O'Reilly anymore.
Yes, I too plan to write a series of books about people that have passed away and what killed them. That is going to be something I want to do when I get older. Not right now, but certainly when I get older.
Looking forward to it.
Well, Shafe, the topic du jour this week, at least here on this program, but it came up in Matt Rule's press conference earlier this week, was incorporating more of Heinrich Haarberg into the offense. And Rule said, I'd like to get him the ball more, but there's so many other people that need to be fed as well. My thought on this has been that, and I've been surprised we haven't seen more of it, is getting Heinrich in a wildcat situation, especially in, goal-to-goal situations, maybe third down situations, or in the case of last week, late in the game when Nebraska was struggling to run the ball, maybe to come in on first or second down and try to jumpstart the running game to an effect. Not to give him a whole series or, a set number of plays, but just, interspersed into the game when you need to goose that running game. I'm curious if that is something that you would be interested in, or is that maybe a, dare I say, gimmick too far?
So I am very interested in this, and I thought it was something they would do earlier in the season more than they have. However, I also view it in a similar fashion as I do when people are clamoring for Nebraska to run the ball 60 times a game. You're taking the ball out of your best player's hands. It's always hard to do that and do it successfully without limiting yourself. Now, if you have a couple plays a game, that's fine. If it becomes this, you got to do it 5-6 times, then it's a whole other story. I like it as a changeup. I like it as a wrinkle. I like busting it out in certain situations, particularly for a team that I think really struggles inside the 10-yard line. The field gets small. I don't know that their wide receivers aren't as physical as you would have thought they would be. They love that sort of back shoulder fade route that they haven't connected on this season. Now, sometimes they could draw some penalties that they haven't received either, but it just hasn't worked to the manner that they want. So I would like a quarterback blast in that situation. Or, everyone thinks he's going to run the ball, and then he does like a little pop pass to Derrick Henry, jump up, throw it to a tight end kind of thing, because everyone's sucked in trying to stop Heinrich Haarberg, the runner. So I think there's a lot of different ways that they can utilize him. I thought we would see more of it this season. I do wonder if there's some hesitancy because you are effectively taking your best player on offense and you're either making him a decoy or he's not on the field in some critical situation. So I asked, going back to before the Rutgers game, I asked Marcus Satterfield about, the difficulty of calling plays and calling a running game when you don't have the quarterback running game as a real aspect of it. And he sort of, kind of admitted like it is hard. It's more of a challenge to just call a straight up running game if you don't have the threat of a quarterback run at all. I mean, if you're in shotgun, no one's expecting Dylan Raiola to keep that ball. So you're able to pinch in. You're able to kind of key in on the running back a little bit more because of it. Now, does that mean there's a situation where they call a keeper and it could be wide open? Absolutely. But I've also felt like Raiola has been pretty tentative the few times we've seen him run the ball this year. So I don't think that's something he really wants to do. And I don't know that there's a comfort level to doing it. So a lot of this, I think, is going to be trial and error and trying to find the right way to incorporate Heinrich Haarberg without, minimizing or taking the ball too much out of Dylan Raiola's hands.
Shafe, I wonder how you now view like the last two games on offense in the grander picture of the season, because like coming out of the Illinois game, the conversation was, wow, the defense isn't what we thought it was. The offense, thankfully, is picking up the slack with some of these big plays. They just got to be better at finishing drives. 2 games later, the defense now seems to be what a lot of us thought they would be coming into the year. And the run game, given that it has struggled against these two defenses, really has a whole lot of questions moving forward. Like, are we being glass half empty, like too half empty with this discussion right now? Like, I wonder, when you view the offense, do you view this as like a major problem, or if they have a couple of tweaks that things could be fine moving forward?
Is it possible that we can view it the same way that I wanted to view the Illinois game, which was Nebraska had a bad game, and it doesn't have to be indicative of who they are or what they are moving forward? I mean, I look at what Rutgers is defensively, and I know that their schedule has been pretty light, but you saw what Max Olson tweeted out, I'm sure, yesterday. They're one of the top 20 stop rate teams in the country.
Yeah.
They're one of the better defensive teams in the country. And so Nebraska struggled in that regard. I don't want to make too much of it. Like, I think some of it is the bye week comes at a good time for a team that was probably more banged up than what they've let on. They get an opportunity to get 2 weeks to prepare for a defense in Indiana that is nowhere near the level of what they played against Rutgers. Ohio State's waiting, and I think that's going to be an issue no matter what. So I'm not going to count that game one way or the other for the offense or the defense. But I don't want to go too far down the road that, oh no, the offense is bad again, because I just think that they had a game against Rutgers where Dylan Raiola was uncharacteristically bad. He missed wide open wide receivers. I mean,
yeah.
And there were guys that were open. I know there's some conversation that Nebraska was covered. The play they ran at the end of that game for Ja'Cory Barney, it was there. That's a first down. He's got to be willing to make that throw. There's a play they ran for Janiron Bonner right down by their own goal line that they had him come across the formation. He makes that throw right away. They get 8 to 9 yards or a lot more. So they're out of there, backed up against their own end zone. He just didn't take the checkdowns, which was unusual. Something was off pretty early in that game with Dylan Raiola, where we knew it wasn't, a normal contest. Now, if that was Rutgers disguising coverages, if that was Rutgers making him uncomfortable, I'm not entirely sure. I'm just not ready based on what happened with the Illinois one, where the defense had a bad game. We've seen them regroup. Now, they played 2 teams in Purdue and Rutgers that you could argue are somewhat limited in terms of what they are versus what Illinois could do with their quarterback and their wide receivers, plus the running game that they created. But I just think, rather than get overly reactionary on it, we kind of wait and see how things play out. I still believe that this offense has the ability to put up, 3 to 4 touchdowns a game. They're not going to be a behemoth. They're not going to score, 45 points at will. But I think in Big Ten play, they can still be good enough to be a really complementary piece for a defense that I continue to believe in.
You're talking about Raiola and his response to the Rutgers defense. We heard earlier this year, one of the reasons why they wanted to change the renovation plans to the stadium was to create the wind tunnel. And while a lot of us had a lot of fun with that and kind of mocked it a little bit, there was an open concern that, the weather is going to affect the quarterback. We saw the first real harsh weather game from a wind perspective in Memorial Stadium. Do you suppose there are some concerns inside the program that Dylan might struggle in games where you're facing those types of weather conditions?
I mean, there's definitely a reality where Memorial Stadium, as we know, for kickers has been very difficult with wind for years. And we've seen other games in the past where the conditions make it hard to throw the ball. I think that the conditions were difficult on Saturday, but I don't think that they were the only factor for why he would have struggled. I don't know that it's time to raise the red flag or to try to get the Lancaster County weather machine involved to create better weather for Memorial Stadium or anything quite like that. But I look for that to kind of be a growing experience for Dylan Raiola. I mean, part of it to me is we've been kind of fortunate. He played 5 almost really clean, great games.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
He's kind of due to have a stinker. I mean, this is a 6th game of his career. So I think maybe that and what Greg Schiano and Rutgers cooked up had much to do with it. as the win. But yeah, I mean, you talk to any specialist that's ever played in Memorial Stadium, and they will tell you how difficult it is to assess what is actually happening win-wise. And then you think about, okay, that's a couple times a game. Throw 25 to 30 times a game. You got to be pretty precise. You got to be able to rip it through there. But I think there was other factors contributing more to his struggles than just a win. I mean, his footwork didn't look very good. He wasn't stepping into throws at times. It was just an off day, and so I feel more of that than I probably think the win. But it's certainly a reality of playing in the Big Ten is that conditions the later you get into the season are less favorable for a passing game. So you do have to have the ability to run the ball, or you're going to have to find ways to have a passing game that can be effective even when the weather is tough.
Shape, big picture question for you. And we got this actually from a listener over the weekend, Mustache Adam. He says 5-1 is probably where a lot of people thought Nebraska would be at this point in the season, but it probably hasn't looked the way they thought. Is it a positive or a negative that Nebraska has won ugly, and even the loss was ugly but went to overtime? He's basically wondering, should I view this as like a good thing because they haven't won pretty, or maybe a bad thing because the schedule's about to get tough?
I guess I sort of view it as it's a good thing because they've accomplished what they weren't able to do in previous seasons. I mean, we spend a lot of time asking why teams like Iowa and Wisconsin and Minnesota have been able to win games that Nebraska hasn't in recent years. And here Nebraska is winning ugly, winning 14-7 against Rutgers and having to close a game out, winning a game against Purdue that in previous years they definitely would have given away in some form or fashion when it was 0-0 at halftime. I also think the schedule has been a little tougher than what we anticipated the first 6 games of the year to be.
Yep.
I mean, I go back to that Colorado game, and the version that Nebraska got was a shell-shock team that didn't handle the atmosphere very well. Colorado, against almost everybody else this year, has been a machine. And so I think Nebraska played really well in that game. I think Illinois is a better football team than I expected them to be. Rutgers is roughly where I thought they would be. Purdue is a lot worse. But some of it is some of these teams have been a little better than I expected. I don't know that I expected Nebraska to look like Indiana has, where they're just sort of running through everybody and doing it while your defense is sort of allowing, 20-ish points a game to some of these teams. But it's been a little less crisp than I expected. But some of that, again, where they were last year to where they are right now has been a really, really big improvement. And we shouldn't lose sight on that, because I think once they started off 2-0, the expectation was that this could be a really, really, really special season. And maybe it can get there, but I don't know that we allowed ourselves to think that it probably was going to be uglier than we thought after those first 2 weeks. A lot of things went really, really well. The real version of Nebraska, I think we're still trying to find. It's some balance between what we saw against Illinois and what we saw against Rutgers. That's the version of Nebraska that I think we get for the next 6 games. Now, how many wins they get out of that is sort of the real question.
I think, Shafe, one of the things about the back half of the schedule, especially these next 2 games, is the fact that you're going to see teams that are a lot more balanced than what they have seen in the front half. I mean, Colorado, great passing team, but running the ball, not good at protecting the quarterback. Illinois was the best balance of running and throwing that we have seen. We're going to see that with Indiana to a greater degree. We're definitely going to see it with Ohio State. I'm curious what you think about the secondary. Sierra Wright has come in, played really well. He's got some of the best grades on the team, according to Pro Football Focus, after the loss of Tommy Hill. But the fact that, they were kind of accumulated against teams like Rutgers and Purdue that aren't very good throwing the football, do we still have outlying questions about the secondary as a whole? And these next 2 games are going to tell us an awful lot about that.
Let's not forget he was pretty good against Illinois, too.
And that's true.
He came in that game. But I have my biggest question in the secondary, and I think where I am maybe most disappointed in Nebraska's defense has been the play at safety. I feel like Nebraska's safeties have been really erratic throughout several of these games. I mean, I don't want to just call out anybody individually because it's a collective thing, but Deshaun Singleton was really bad against Illinois. I mean, he bid on every play fake. He was out of position. Isaac Gifford really struggled in the first quarter against Rutgers. I mean, their two big runs that sustained drives for them came where they had it dialed up for Isaac Gifford to be right there to bottle up Kyle Monungai. I knew it for about 3 days, and then I threw it out of my brain forever. And then he got better. And I just think Nebraska's safety play, like last year, Omar Brown was so good. Isaac Gifford was really, really good in that rover role. That's an area on the defense that I think has gone down a little bit. They're not at the level where they were a year ago. And that's really what we're talking about here, because where I think Nebraska is susceptible to being attacked is when teams hit them on play action. I think that's why Rutgers made the transition they did in the second quarter. They noticed they weren't getting the big runs and that their run success had largely come off of a couple busted tackles. So they thought that they could hit Nebraska on a couple play actions, and Nebraska responded pretty well, when the field got smaller. But I worry about with Indiana, with Curtis Rourke and Tyson Lawton. I mean, you're going to be so focused on Rourke, and he's been really good that, if you're able to get that ground game going with Lawton, you're going to then shift your focus, and then Rourke's going to come over the top on a play action. I mean, that offense is humming. Nebraska just has to be really, really sound. And I think at times, and especially in that back end, they have not been nearly sound enough given the way that everybody else is playing. I think the linebackers have played really well. I think the defensive front has played well. I just think in particular, the safety spot has been kind of the weak link for Nebraska this year. And I look at teams like Indiana and Ohio State prime position to attack that. So those guys in particular have to play well if Nebraska is going to leave either Bloomington or Columbus with a win.
Shafe, I wanted to ask you a little bit more about Indiana, and obviously we can talk about it in depth a bit more next week, but great statistically on offense. They're putting up a ton of points. Their schedule obviously has been one of the easiest in the country.
You got to play who you have.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, don't apologize for wins. But how do you weigh those two things in terms of looking at that game and then also knowing the offenses that Nebraska has played this year?
I think the best thing Nebraska has going for it is that Indiana hasn't played anybody like them. I mean, Nebraska will be a very physical defense. They haven't really faced that. They've gotten UCLA, they've gotten Maryland, they've gotten, Northwestern is probably the closest to what a Nebraska defense could be. And this isn't a good Northwestern team. I mean, let's be honest, most Northwestern teams aren't classified as good. Whether they win or not, I think we can say that. But they really haven't faced any defense to the physical level that Nebraska can play. So if you get a Nebraska team that can play physical the way they did against Colorado, and if they can get pressure on Curtis Rourke, I don't know that they played in a game like that. I think Nebraska can make that game feel very, very different for Indiana, which has basically been playing what you would call an open highway game, where it is just set the speed anywhere you want because you're not seeing anybody come from the opposite side because they just haven't faced a lot of defensive resistance. And Nebraska can make that, I think, a big challenge. Conversely, other than Colorado's passing attack, Nebraska hasn't faced an offense quite like Indiana's either. And so, it's going to be a hell of a chess match on that Saturday. I mean, what is it, the 18th or the 19th here in a couple of weeks? Because I think both of these teams feel pretty confident about facing each other because the other hasn't seen what they have. Well, then we're going to get into that game, and this is going to be a big in-game adjustment for Tony White. He's going to have to be on the dials, and you're going to need your guys like John Bullock to make his instinctive plays. But you're also just going to need guys to play fundamentally sound football. You can't have the bus. You can't have guys jumping off sides in critical situations. So I think Nebraska has to focus on playing fundamentally sound, and I think their defense will travel. It's just going to be a matter of, will they have enough answers for the different things Indiana can do? I know that sounds so weird to say, but I have been pretty impressed by what Kurtz and Yeti has kind of put together here.
All right, we'll wrap up with this because it's the difference between 7 wins and 8 wins, and I hate to assume that Nebraska will beat Wisconsin given they haven't done it in over a decade, but bear with me. We've got the 4 tough ones on the schedule left: Ohio State, Indiana, USC, Iowa. Rank them in order of winnability for Nebraska. A winnable game.
Iowa is 1. USC, I would say Indiana's 2. USC 3, Ohio State 4. I mean, I didn't watch enough of USC Minnesota, though Josh has the text receipts. I have been less than impressed by what I've seen from USC after that first week where it's like, oh, wow, what a win against LSU.
Yeah.
It's just basically gone the other way where I'm like, they're not that good. They're really not. Iowa, to me, it's all about just you take care of business. When you get your opportunities, you're going to be fine. They really struggled against a great defense against Ohio State. That is an incredibly limited offense once again. They do have a nice running back this year. Can they ride that to success against Nebraska? Maybe. Will Nebraska have its own issues against their defense? Of course. Have we seen this version of this game for the last decade? Absolutely. That is why that game is winnable to me. It's been winnable for 10 years.
Yeah.
Because they haven't won it doesn't mean it isn't winnable. It just means they keep getting in their own way. Maybe this will be a year where they don't get in their own way. But there's nothing about Iowa that's special. There's nothing about Iowa that's scary. There's nothing about Iowa that Nebraska hasn't seen before. And that's why I would put that above Indiana. I get that it's, a night game at Kinnick on Black Friday. I think Nebraska will be fine. Game plan wise going into that game, they'll be prepared. I think they'll have every opportunity to win that. Indiana's a little bit more challenging, I think, with their playmakers on offense and what waits for you on Black Friday.
Yeah, real quick before we let you go, like the Indiana game, outside of the last 2 Riley years, it's basically been close for a decade. Outside of, they got killed in 2016, they got killed in 2017. Otherwise, no matter how bad the Scott Frost teams were, the worst. I mean, the team that fired him won, and that team went 4-8. Like, that was a horrible football team, and they beat Iowa. So, yeah.
Well, it's been, pretty much a one-possession game outside of 2017, right?
Correct.
2016, 2017, those weren't one possession. Every other game, regardless of how good Iowa was. I mean, when in 2015, when they were undefeated, Nebraska had every right of winning that game.
They had 4 turnovers, 4 interceptions that Tommy threw, and they still only lost by 8 points.
Right. Just horrible. And then the other one that really stands out for whatever reason, and Nebraska's given away plenty of these, the 2020 game really stands out to me as one that they gave away that was over in Iowa.
Yeah,
they had the really bad Adrian Martinez fumble when Matt Farniok offered almost no resistance on a block. That one, for whatever reason, just stood out as a day where it's like it looked like Nebraska was finally going to take care of business, and then Nebraska their way to another field goal loss at the end of it.
Yuck.
Thing, though, that scares me about Iowa is they know how to win those games, and Nebraska does not.
No.
That's fair.
Not yet.
Though you could argue that the Rutgers game maybe had that same vibe to it, and they certainly figured
There's
it out.
a lot of similarities between Rutgers and Iowa. I think a lot of similarities.
Yes, there is. The only difference is I don't think Iowa's offensive coordinator is going to do what Kirk Soroka did and said, "Here you go, Ethan. You go win us this game." Anyway.
I don't know. Cade McNamara was a huge get for Iowa. That's all I've heard for 2 years. They're going to win behind his smarts and his arm, John. His smarts and his arm. What did he have? 99 yards for like the 3rd time this year?
Pretty much.
3 games under 100 yards passing, I think, in his career with Iowa.
He's just saving all those yards for Black Friday. That's all he's doing. He's just saving them up.
That's how it usually works, right?
Yep, that is how it works. All right, Shafe. Well, we have no idea what's happening in the game right now. We'll trust that it goes well for you today, and you guys can take a 2-1 lead in the series.
Let's just keep Emmanuel Class A from missing his spots as badly as he did in game 2. And if he's on pitching, I still have supreme confidence that he can shut down the Tigers.
All right. That's Mike Schaefer of Husker 24/7. We will be back with more of Unsportsmanlike Conduct after this. We still have our mid-season review. We're going to review our 10 questions and see how badly we missed on 1620 The Zone.
You may notice a bit of a warming trend as we finish off this week, but at least for your Wednesday afternoon, expecting high temperatures in the mid to low 80s with plenty of sunshine. Tomorrow will be a very similar day, but we expect those high temperatures a bit warmer, mid to upper 80s. I'm meteorologist Luke Vickery, KETV Newswatch 7.
The following is a test of the KOZN emergency system equipment. The data tones you just heard are used in the emergency alert system. This concludes testing of the KOZN emergency alert system equipment. The station serves the Nebraska Operational Area Number 1.
The Zone Hotline is powered by 42 Degrees. The Source. By your mom's house.
Equitable Bank. We take banking personally. EquitableOnline.com.
Ball is away. It's an end-over-end wobbler. DeJuan Gross has the catch at the 40. Flag down. 45, 50, 45, 40. Into the 35. Oh, come on. Oh, my goodness.
As the
dumbass, stupid
turn.
35.
This portion brought to you today by Dawn, the dishwashing liquid that takes grease out of your way.
Now you have to regain your composure.
Oh, you don't either.
Yes, you do.
And by Bold 3 detergent with built-in fabric softener.
Our defense coming out and giving up touchdowns on the first drive of the second half. I'm going to lose my mind if they do.
That is terrible.
Project Dumbass Stupid.
Yes.
Instead of Project Rudy, it's Project Dumbass Stupid.
If you missed it, you can watch our video about it on YouTube.
There you go. And we'll probably talk about it a little bit with Ralph Rousseau, now of The Athletic, when he joins us in a few minutes. So I was thinking about this last night. The idea I don't even know how much to explain right now because we have limited time. But if you missed it, Google Project Rudy. You'll find out about it. It's just another one of the many iterations of the big dogs splitting off and them getting.
It'd be the top 70 schools.
Yeah, getting pumped full of money.
Venture capital money from Smash Capital,
Indeed.
which sounds like a burger chain in D.C.
So I heard
big shoes.
I heard Dan Wetzel on my new favorite college football podcast, Kings of the North.
How many new favorites do you have?
No, it's just the one. He was a guest on it yesterday.
It was a different one yesterday.
Kings of the North, John. Oregon, Kings of the North. He brought up a couple of things that we didn't discuss yesterday that I thought were good ideas in terms of pushing back against it. The first was competitive balance. So this is a model that would move us closer to an NFL light system.
NFL light.
Dan brought this up, and it's a great point. In the NFL, if you are a fan of a last place team, if you are Connor Happer and a fan of the Carolina Panthers, what's the thing, except for last year when they traded it away, what's the thing that you have to hold close to you as your
draft pick?
The draft. Well, you're a Rams fan. You know about this.
I do
this
now.
year, not in the old days.
Previous years.
That is a guardrail that is built into the professional sports system in America, not worldwide, but in America, that allows for you as a fan of a team that sucks to at least have some hope.
It's competitive balance.
It is indeed.
Most definitely.
How would you solve that issue with this? Where, as he points out, and other people have made this point too, if you are a big dog right now and you're only playing big dogs, somebody's got to finish in last place.
Yes, they do, which has been the thing I've been railing on forever, is everyone thinks it's going to be so great until it's your big dog program that takes it in the shorts and finishes dead last.
Yeah, exactly. So, like, how do you solve that problem? And I don't know how you do, because right now we see it. The best teams are usually the best recruiters, which then helps them become the best teams, which helps them to cut. And it's just over and over and over and over and over.
Honestly, the best way, the way it gets solved is if one day these football programs untether themselves from the schools and it's no longer a requirement that you actually have to attend school.
Yeah.
Where, it's Nebraska Football Incorporated. They have the same facilities that they're renting from the school. Yes, they're giving a kickback to the school so that the school still gets its little promotion from, which is the reason why they created college sports in the first place, was to get students to come to their school. But the operation of the sport is almost identical to the National Football League. That's about the only way. Because then at that point, then you could say, oh, yeah, we can do trades, we can do drafts, all this stuff.
Then it really is becoming a professionalized
Because
model.
what it's supposedly about right now is I'm offering you a scholarship, Nick's offering you a scholarship.
Yeah.
Do you want to go to Nick's school? Do you want to go to my school? Because it's still supposed to be about the school.
Yeah, but it's definitely not.
But that's a great point that Wetzel brings up.
Yeah, it's like, so how do you fix that? And so I don't have the answer to that. Okay, so then the other thing that
you can't tell someone, nope, you have to go to school here.
Yeah, and so he brought this up, but I'm going to put a different spin on it. So you talk about chasing the dollar, right? And well, one of Wetzel's points now for months, maybe years, has been like, how these schools, what's that expression about the devil, the greatest,
the devil's
the
in
devil,
the
better.
No. The greatest trick the devil ever pulled was convincing society or the world he didn't exist, right?
Correct.
You've heard that phrase before.
Yep.
Dan Wetzel has often said, like, the greatest trick that college presidents and administrators have ever pulled is getting fans to root for revenue, where you rooted for UConn because you know how important it is for the conference. But that is also stupid that you have to care about that instead of caring about your own team and thus hating everybody else. And these schools that would be doing this would be chasing down revenue. And I was thinking about it from this perspective. Nebraska chased revenue/security 14 years ago. And I would say that on the whole, sometimes for reasons like being in the Big Ten and others, they just miss their old friends and they stink. They miss the old days. It's a net kind of negative in terms of your overall feelings about the program. I would bet that Oklahoma is entering into a similar moment in time. I am selling my Oklahoma shares. I take them away. And I think that they are going to be unhappy. Wouldn't this be the greatest example of that, but at the largest scale possible? If Nebraska fans have been fairly miserable because they're not in the olden days, and Oklahoma fans are about to be fairly miserable because they're not in the olden days, How many other fan bases would be affected by this move? Chasing the dollar, chasing the money, chasing the security. But who cares about money if you're in 18th place in the Big Ten? Like, I get it. It's nice to fill your coffers. But at a certain, like, why is that good for you as a fan to say, well, at least we're there? Like, cool, you're at the party, but you're playing bore on the floor over and over and over. That's what these conferences are doing to some of these schools.
It's the only reason it would be worth a fan's perspective is that, okay, having all this extra money allows it so that Nebraska volleyball is still relevant and that Nebraska still has a softball team. If you're a fan of a non-revenue sport at a school, that's where you would run it to root. That's where you would root for the revenue, because in a world where football untethers itself from everything else, that's when a lot of this stuff really comes undone in terms of, hey man, it's a football world and you're just living in it. Sorry, but we need all that money to operate our football program. Sorry, women's basketball. Sorry, track and field. Sorry, wrestling. You're on your own.
Yeah.
And so from that standpoint, that's where I guess you would root for it as a fan. But you're right. I mean, the fact that we're kind of left now to root for your league, root for, extra dollars because it helps your school from a revenue perspective. We never thought that way 30 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
We never did.
Yeah.
We just wanted more television games. That's all we wanted. It is 2-0 Detroit, and again, Cleveland has left runners on base. They have more hits. I think they've doubled the hits of the Tigers. No, 5 hits to 3 hits, but they trail 2-0 as Detroit tries to take a 2-1 lead in that best-of-5 series. They're going to the bottom of the 5th. Coming up next, Ralph Rousseau, now of The Athletic, still covering college football in 1620 The Zone. Back here on the program, a reminder, Nick's got yet more of Scary Acres to give away. Half-off deal this week is Scary Acres with 3 new haunted attractions, Master's Castle, House on the Hill, Haunted Woods. That deal, the half-off deal, goes live Friday morning at 9 a.m. on 1620thezone.com. But be listening. Later in the Grum, Nick is going to give you a cue to call, and you can win a pair of passes to Scary Acres from the Grum and 1620 The Zone and 1620thezone.com. Ralph Rousseau, who last we spoke to him was working somewhere else. Now he is a proud member of the Athletic team of writers, and Ralph joins us on the 42 Degrees The Source hotline. Ralph, congratulations on the new job, and thanks for coming back on the show.
Thank you guys very much. Can you hear me okay? I want to make sure my headphones are kicking in fine.
You are loud and clear.
Excellent. Yeah, thank you very much. I appreciate it. I'm definitely, I don't want to make it sound like I'm that old, but I'm certainly closer to the end of my career than the beginning. And it's nice to be able to try a new challenge. So I'm kind of doing the same job I've always done, just doing it for a different shop, and I'm pretty excited about it.
Yeah, but your Mets are probably aging you by the minute with all these last-minute comebacks.
Yes and no. I mean, when they're winning, you become it with some life. So yeah, it's been a roller coaster, but they've been playing so well and coming out on the right end of so many of these games that it can be also pretty invigorating.
Ralph, you wrote about a story that now we have spent time talking about over the last couple of days, and that is, again, these super leagues that are being oddly pitched, I guess, to the sport at large. Let me ask you this to kind of kick off the conversation. What are the benefits if college football was actually thinking of doing this? What are the benefits of outside voices coming into the party rather than them deciding to do it on their own? Is it just the idea that they're going to get dollar figures, they're going to get dollars coming in from the outside that will help them kind of take care of a lot of the current ills? Why do that instead of just figuring it out themselves?
Yeah, well, I think your question is a question that a lot of people within college sports are still asking, right? Like, so the reason why I don't think there's been and listen, we got a bunch of television contracts that go through 2030, 2031. Like, there's no avenue to make this happen soon. But, 5-6 years out, that's not that far away. So that's why some of the conversations are starting, and with the acknowledgement that, eventually we need to do something a little different. But I think what you said is sort of echoes to a degree of what Greg Sankey has said. And I think other commissioners and frankly, even some athletic directors, which is, I think there might be some interest in the idea of an outside party kind of looking in and maybe an injection of cash that could come from outside sources. But I do think the skepticism lies in, why would we hand over control our sport to these outside parties? And I think that's a little bit what I wrote about, especially if you're in the Big Ten and the SEC, where right now you have all the power. Why would you concede that to join a super league where if you're the SEC and the Big Ten, you might look at it and think, no, we are the super league.
I couldn't agree more. I mean, it's all really about yielding over that power. The other part of this too, Ralph, there's some things you would have to work through Washington, D.C. on this. I mean, there's antitrust potential in all of this if you have teams that are breaking away. And I believe the old 1961, is it the 1961 Sports Broadcasting Act would have to be altered in order to make this happen. And sure, like you said, there's a lot of time here, but there's a lot of hoops to jump through here before any of this really, has a chance to really take hold.
Yeah, so it's one. Listen, I credit my buddy Ross Dellinger at Yahoo for breaking the story of the newest proposal and getting and sort of unearthing that. And there was the group called College Sports Tomorrow. That idea has been kicking around for about a year, and they unveiled it in sort of an official way last week, which was a little broader, sort of involves all of FBS and relegation and things along those lines. The newer proposal is a little more focused on just the Power Five, and maybe leaving some of the conference structure in place. So that would be seen as appealing to the Big Ten and the SEC if you need to get them on board. But you're right. I mean, right now we're all at the talking stage. It's the talking and the ideas and, hey, what about this? What about that? But I also would say, going back to your earlier question about outside voices, listen, the people on the inside have screwed this thing up pretty good, right?
Yeah.
So look where we are now and the system that is in place. So I think there's a fair amount of folks, even within the structure, who might say, you know what, maybe it is time to bring in some different ideas. But again, the difference becomes, where the line I think gets drawn is, how much do we want to bring in outside voices to maybe give us some different ideas, to be involved in recreating this structure? And how much do we want to hand over the keys to these outside voices or outside entities to run this? So I think that's sort of the sweet spot. Yes, we need some new ideas and some new perspective, but should we really turn over the keys here and now, as you said, yield all the power?
Ralph, one of the things that jumped out to me was the Schwarbrick stuff that he's involved. I had one of my sources, reach out to me yesterday and say that Jim Delaney is consulting for Project Rudy as well. So I use that as the backdrop to ask you, like, is this more likely maybe than we think that it is, or than we would like to think that it is, because of some of the former heavy hitters that are involved in these discussions?
So I do think relationships are everything, right? And so if you can get a Jack Swarbrick or a Jim Delaney in the room with people who know them, people who trust them, and they lend a certain amount of credibility to these ideas, I can understand why maybe you start changing minds, right? And maybe you have a few more people who are skeptical, say, well, if he thinks it's a good idea, why shouldn't I think it's a good idea? And Swarbrick, I think both of those two people have long and trusted relationships within the sport. So one of the things I've noticed in covering college football, and I'm sure it's the same across all businesses, but this is the business I know, is that it really is so much about the people and the relationships. So many decisions get made where you might go like, well, what was the common bond there, or where did the minds meet? And really what it was about is these two people just got along. And frankly, I think we're seeing that play out right now with the SEC and the Big Ten. Like, again, not coincidentally, I don't think the SEC and the Big Ten are about to meet on Thursday in Nashville. The ADs and the commissioners, they've formed an advisory board to work on, quote unquote stuff, right? Big picture issues. Don't call it an alliance. That's a dirty word. And the fact of the matter is, we talk about legal, like there's only so much that they can do legally to sort of align themselves before they start acting under threat of antitrust suits. So it's a sort of a loose advisory board, however they want to call it. But why are the Big Ten and SEC working together? Well, because Tony Petitti and Greg Sankey like each other.
Yeah.
Right. So there's been a détente there that there wasn't under Kevin Warren, and now we see these two conferences playing nice together when for a couple of years, a year and a half, whatever, they couldn't seem to get on the same page. So relationships mean a lot, and the long-winded way of me saying, like, yes, if you bring people that they trust into the room, you might get more receptive ears.
Ralph Rousseau of The Athletic joining us on the 42 Degrees The Source hotline. Moving to the field, Oregon, Ohio State this weekend, the first of the mega Big Ten games. We've already had a couple of the mega SEC games, but now we get this one in the Big Ten. When you look at this matchup, what does it come down to in your mind?
So I'm really focused on this, I'm writing a story about Chip Kelly and sort of his legacy at Oregon, but that's not what what I'm writing about is not what I'm most focused on when it comes to when I get to the press box on Saturday and I'm lucky enough to be at this game. But it does involve Chip Kelly, and that is, Chip, for all of what maybe time sort of passed him by as a head coach, he was never really the recruiter. And I think the NIL stuff and all that stuff really wore him out. So that's why he moved on. But he can still scheme up some ball plays. And the one thing I worry about with Oregon, one of the things I worry about with Oregon is, this is not to come down on Tosh Lupoy, who's done, like, the defense has played pretty well the last couple of years, but that matchup of Tosh Lupoy and Dan Lanning's defense on one side, and the chess match, not just the physical match between Oregon's playmakers and Ohio State's playmakers, and Ohio State has a ton of playmakers, but that chess match between Kelly and Lupoy, I think a lot of people who know ball will tell you, you got to give that advantage to Kelly. Now, it'll be interesting to see what Lanning and Lupoy can come up with to slow down Oregon's offense. But that's the thing that most has my attention is how does that chess match play out? Because, again, like, Chip is really good at scheming up some things, especially in the run game. And I've always feel like when I watch Oregon play, they can be very good defensively, but I always feel like I'm watching a defense that's a little sloppy, that, loses run fits, that feels at times like it's trying to figure out what the other team is doing as opposed to having good responses.
Ralph, what have you made of the time zone struggles? If you travel more than one time zone in the Big Ten, so far you're 1-8. The only win is Indiana over UCLA in the Rose Bowl. Is this just an oddity of the early part of the season and who's matching up, or is there something to this? And thus, should we be keeping an eye on Ohio State losing? I don't think that would surprise anybody. But I mean, Penn State going to USC this weekend, I think, is quite the barometer for this stat.
Yeah, I still think we're still in the too small of a sample size for this. UCLA is not very good. I don't know where it. I think no matter where UCLA is going to play, they're going to get their heads handed to them for the most part this year. I mean, as you pointed out, the one game where teams traveled the long distance and won, it was Indiana at UCLA. So let's isolate the UCLA games. Let's, to a certain degree, isolate, USC is pretty good. I suspect that the USC issue might not have been as much a time zone issue as style of play when it comes to what they felt, what they received at at Michigan and Minnesota, more physical styles. Frankly, I feel like USC's biggest issue this year is more the offensive line than the defense, and that's the place where they've had been exposed a little bit. So I don't know. I need a little more. I think I need a little more data before I start pinning it on the travel, as opposed to, hey, like it might just be the teams. Again, like Wisconsin going to USC. I mean, other than against Purdue, Wisconsin's been kind of a mess. They were breaking in. It was second week with a backup quarterback. So I'm not seeing anything in those games other than maybe the better team winning.
Yeah, no, I would agree. Ralph Rousseau, The Athletic, joining us here on Unsportsmanlike Conduct. Oh, we got a lot of great undefeateds out there. A lot of great stories. Is there one that stands out to you right now?
I think I don't know if we have like the one like really big surprise. Like I guess Indiana to a certain degree. I'm kind of looking for like, what are these teams that might be emerging off the radar? I look at the teams that are near the top or nothing that necessarily was particularly surprising. I do think Indiana's start, not necessarily because they're 6-0, but how impressive they have been at 6-0. The fact that they are stomping everything in sight, and what an interesting game that will be. Indiana against Nebraska. Who knew, right?
Yeah.
It's going to be a really big game. So yeah, that my eyes at this point in the season in October tend to move away from the top of the poll into listen, the AP poll is not mine anymore, so I've moved on from that. But I still have an interest. But it still sets the agenda for the season, and I sort of moved more towards who are the schools that are now starting to emerge as possible contenders. And again, you see Indiana, you see maybe an SMU, you see maybe a Pitt as these teams. Like, I'm wondering what the sustainability is from that group of teams. and whether Iowa State whether in a couple of months or maybe come mid-November, one of those is still standing as a legitimate playoff contender.
21 minutes and 33 seconds. I know that because the countdown clock's on Fox right now until the Mets and the Phillies. So, Ralph, we appreciate it. Thanks. Good luck to your Mets tonight and Jose Quintana. And we will catch up with you down the road.
Thanks very much, guys.
You bet.
Thank you, Ralph.
Ralph Rousseau of The Athletic joining us here on Unsportsmanlike Conduct. Coming up next, it's our mid-season look. We're going to go back and look at our 10 questions. And get an idea of where some of those statistics that we were picking are pacing.
Yep.
We'll look back at our should win, will win, might win, could win, can't win, shan't win, man't win.
Okay.
I like Mantwin.
Mantwin,
It's
you
a
like
good
that?
folk singer.
We'll do that. And also still to come, we have Nick giving away Scary Acres passes.
Wow, so many things.
And Mitch Holtis and Dumb Debates. You can still get your Dumb Debates in, as a matter of fact.
Wow.
At USC 1620 on Twitter. Use the hashtag Dumb Debates.
Perfect.
On 1620 The Zone. Bottom of the sixth, still 2-0 Tigers, and the Mets and Phillies will be starting in less than 20 minutes. We got all of our TVs fired up today here in the old studios.
Fired up for baseball.
Fired up for baseball. You know, we probably should have done.
We'll get fired up for football.
We should have done the $25,000 9-inning pick'em.
No, people wouldn't want to do that.
They don't want to win $2,500 picking games not against the spread or the lines.
They do, but doing that would be like, the cat test where you just guessed on all the questions and answers. Nobody watches baseball. No one would know who to pick. The Yankees are good.
Some of us knew the answers on this test.
I'll go with the Mets here. I like big markets. I'll go with the Dodgers here. I like big markets.
So Josh here for our listeners being stupid. But yes, week 5 is officially open. So go to 1620thezone.com now and make your picks. We've got 10 games up there. No spreads. Just pick them straight up. And the winner gets $2,500. And John Miller was the winner. John from Omaha.
The announcer?
Not the announcer.
Oh.
From last week.
Awesome.
So play today and get them in now. 1620thezone.com.
Perfect.
Here is what we did last year. This was according to K Ford in the will, should, might, won't coin flip games. This was K Ford's projections of the will win games, the should win games, the coin flips, the mights, and the won'ts.
For this year. You said last
For
year.
this year.
Yeah.
K Ford's projection was 7-5. Right now, it's just a little bit north of that. Not much, but just a little bit north of that.
Yeah.
But as you can see, at least for the first time, well, this is K Ford, not ours.
Yeah.
But Nebraska usually was good at losing at least one of the will win games. They didn't. UTEP and Northern Iowa chalked those up as dubs. But Illinois was in the should win category using our definition of should win, which is 61 to 80%.
It is now in the might win category, is it not? It is sunk because it's like a 30%
Illinois?
chance. No, the Indiana. Oh, sorry. I thought you said Indiana.
Illinois, that's a didn't win.
Yeah, that was a don't win game.
But yes, Indiana was in the, I want to say it was like 67 or 68%.
Wow.
When we did this back in August.
Yep.
And now it would be in the might win, which by our definition is anywhere between 20 and 40%, because it's sitting right at 30% chance of a Nebraska win.
That's crazy. So far, though, they went 2-0 in the wills. They have gone 3-1 in the shoulds. They have gone 2-0 in the wills. They have gone
2-1.
2-1 in the shoulds, and then they won one of the coin flip games, and that was Colorado.
And they haven't played either SC or Iowa, who are in the might win, and Ohio State, who is in the moat.
You know what's interesting about this, too, is it shows that the schedule is tougher on the back half, as does and this is, I guess, your rankings here, but that's interesting.
Yeah, in my rankings, I also had Illinois in that should win category.
Yeah, shout out to you, man.
I did. I moved Wisconsin up into the should win category from a coin flip. I had moved Indiana down, so I was trending in that direction, but not all the way down. I also had Iowa in the coin flip category.
Yes, because and that's fair because it's always a one-score game, as we just talked about live with Mike Schaefer an hour ago.
And my prediction was 8-4. It's still there. It's still out there, obviously.
Yeah, just got to go 500 now the rest of the way.
Just got to go 500. And then on Josh's side,
so
the Purdue move up turned out to be very wise because Purdue is the worst Power 5 team in the country.
Yeah, I'd say that aged well. Moving Rutgers down aged well. Keeping Indiana in the should category has not aged well, and we were both wrong about Illinois because they lost that game.
All right, so that's just reviewing those.
Okay,
we're doing a lot better this year than we have in the past.
Thank God. Thank God.
But now, as I switch over graphics,
Switch boy,
it's time to review our 10 questions. This was the run play percentage over the last 10 seasons. And last year, over the last 10 years, was a 10-year high. They ran the ball basically 65% of the time.
Yes.
So in our prediction, we asked what the run play percentage would be on offense.
Yikes.
I said it was going to be 51% run, and Josh said it was going to be 42% run. Well, currently at the halfway point of the season, Nebraska's rushed the ball 211 times. They've passed it 182 times. That is a 53.7% run percentage.
It's exactly what people around here want, right? Running the ball more than passing the ball. They're getting it to themselves in droves. Look at all those
in droves.
rushes.
They're only they're less than 4% above 50-50. That's not much.
Yeah, but it's 54 to 46, so it's 8% more overall than the amount that they're passing. So that's a lot of running.
But if you look back,
compared to last year, yeah,
it would be the second lowest run percentage, only second to 2018, and only by a couple of tenths of a percent, right? Because it's
Since
53.
when?
It's 53.7 right now. 53.5 in 2018 is actually no 52 was the lowest in 2015.
44.5 in 2017.
Oh God!
Yeah, that's why I was confused.
I didn't even see the highlighted one.
So
That's
even marked red. This is like midway. It's middle of the pack in terms of run pass ratio of the last decade. Middle of the pack. But I was way off. Samsonite, I was way off.
Yeah.
Yikes.
Well, I mean, when you compare it, though, where they've been the last 10 years, they have been essentially 60% run the last 5 years.
Yeah, they've been very close to 60%. Very close.
Right around the 60% range the last 5 years. So,
oops, my bad.
More on that in a minute.
Okay.
Question 2 was, who will lead Nebraska in rushing and how many yards will they have? We both thought Emmett Johnson would lead the team in rushing. I had 719 yards. You had 690 yards. Nice. And at the halfway point of the season, your team leader is Dante Dowdell at 334 yards rushing, with Emmett Johnson at 207.
Dowdell wasn't on anyone's radar, was he?
Nick, he was not. We thought coming into the year that he was fourth string.
And then
He
UTEP
started.
happened.
He started in the UTEP game, and we were all like, oh, wow. We were off on this guy.
Technically, Ramirez started. He was in there on the first play.
Started.
Yeah, make sure change that
He
H
started.
to a T, John.
Started.
I said he started.
You got a little Sean Connery there.
Yeah, you don't want to. Nice.
I don't know
Nick.
what you're talking about.
Started.
Yeah.
Either way, though, right now where you're trending, is Dowdell will lead the team with about 6. If this holds, he's on a pace for about 650 yards.
It's a lot of yards.
No, it's not.
No, it's not.
I mean,
for a 12 game,
Ashton Genty has this in like a half.
Yes, he does.
He already has more than. If you double those numbers, Ashton Genty, who has played in 5 games, already has more than that.
Correct.
Not great.
Correct.
He has over.
And
1,000.
remember, and we'll have something on this in just a second.
I don't want to see it.
You're going to be playing
your
better
eyes.
run defenses
Bad
than you have
exercise.
played. Because remember, Nebraska's literally played 2 of the worst run defenses in the nation the last 2 weeks.
Not great, John. Not great.
So on that, here are the remaining opponents' rush defense numbers.
Uh-oh.
So I used yards per carry and then
EPA.
So many numbers here. It's making me anxious.
Everything makes you anxious, though, Nick.
Yeah, but numbers especially.
Indiana has the 14th best run defense in the country in terms of yards per carry. They're 36th in rush EPA defense.
Okay, that'll
So
be tougher.
pretty good.
Okay.
Ohio State, numbers 3 and numbers 2, respectfully.
Dude, that is going to be one of those 22 carries for 30-yard kind of games, I'm thinking.
UCLA, arguably the worst team left on the schedule.
They're in L.A.
They have the 38th best run defense at 3.4 yards per carry, and their run EPA defense is good. They're 44th in the nation. So that's good.
Wow.
Now, these numbers are rather interesting.
Yeah, that USC is.
Because USC is 109th in terms of giving up yards per carry. They're basically giving up 5 yards per carry. But their EPA right now is 48. Now, some of that is probably because they played Michigan, who that's all they do is run the ball.
Yeah.
And remember, those numbers get weighted because of the quality of opponent that you play.
Yeah.
But USC right now gives up the yards per carry that's in the same ballpark as Rutgers and Purdue.
Okay.
Wisconsin, 4.3 yards per carry. They're 86th. Their EPA is 81st. And Iowa, basically top 20 in both. So the point is this.
Go Hawks.
It's going to be hard.
You're playing all the good run defenses late in the season.
Correct. It's going to be hard.
So those numbers that are up there in the upper left-hand corner, these numbers here are going to be hard. I mean, if Dowdell gets to 660, that might end up being good.
Yeah,
considering that the opposition's going to be better.
Yeah, if he doubles
than
his numbers,
than where he gained his 334 in the front half of the season.
If he doubles his numbers, that means that Nebraska's rush offense has actually improved over the course of the season.
Yeah,
I would say so.
Yeah. All right. Question 3 was Dylan Raiola's passing numbers in terms of yards, touchdowns, and interceptions. What would they be? Well,
this Rutgers game really screwed this stat up. Because we were looking like we were in the ballpark.
We were close.
And not so much anymore.
I had him down for 3,100 yards, 25 touchdowns, and 8 interceptions. Josh had him for 2,900 yards, almost 3,000 yards if you round up, 28 touchdowns, 8 interceptions. So we were very close.
Yeah.
We had the same amount of interceptions. I had a couple hundred more yards. Josh had 3 more touchdowns.
Yeah.
So at the halfway point, Dylan is at 67% passing, 113 out of 169.
Nice.
For 1,358 yards, he's averaging 8 yards per attempt. He's thrown 9 touchdowns, 3 interceptions. So again, if you were to just double the numbers
18
for a 12-game season.
18 touchdowns, 6 interceptions, and 2,700 passing yards. But again, the Rutgers game really screwed this stuff up.
Yes, the Rutgers game brought it down.
He had his worst game yet. He had another interception, but not any other touchdowns. And he has one touchdown, I think, in the last 2 games. 1 touchdown and 1 pick. He only had 1 versus Purdue, if I remember right, but he did have quite a few yards. So this is something where I think it's possible still. It would take a lot. It would take a lot more consistency. Certainly the yards one seems more doable than the touchdown one for either of us, I would say.
Well, let's look at the remaining opponent's pass defense numbers, shall we?
Okay.
Indiana, and I'm using yards per pass attempt. Indiana's 11th in the country, and their pass EPA defense, expected points allowed, 37th. Ohio State, 8th and 1st. I mean, Ohio State's up there in every category.
Brutal. It's going to be tough.
UCLA, 89th in terms of giving up yards per attempt, 70th in EPA. USC is 43rd and 30th, respectively. Wisconsin is 60th and 81st.
Okay.
And Iowa is 60th in yards per attempt, but their EPA pass defense is 23rd.
Yeah, because the EPA, it's also going to take into account interceptions and those types of things. And so, being a good pass defense overall is why the numbers can be so out of whack.
So really what you're looking at here, and it depends on which column you want to use. I'll use EPA.
Mm-hmm.
You're going to be playing an elite pass defense.
Yes, literally the best.
3, I would say, really good pass defenses in Indiana, USC, and Iowa.
And then 2 below average.
And then 2 that are, 2 that are slightly below average.
Yeah, not by a crazy amount, but certainly below average.
And if we go back to that rush defense number, and again, use EPA, you're playing an elite run defense. You're playing a very, very good one in Iowa.
3 above average.
Solid ones in Indiana, USC, and UCLA, and a below average one in Wisconsin.
Yeah, so in theory, easier pass defenses overall.
Yeah.
In theory.
Question 4 was, how many yards rushing will Dylan have and Heinrich have?
Oh, man, I thought I went with a negative number for Raiola. Damn it.
You did not.
I am closer.
I had Raiola with 125 yards.
John's
Boy,
kind of
that was
optimistic.
wishful thinking.
Yeah.
Harburg with 150. Josh had Raiola with 37 and 147. Or 38 and 147.
Yeah, and Dylan Raiola is at negative 78 yards rushing, and Harburg is only at 33. I would not be surprised if we end up being closer to being right than wrong on Harburg.
Oh, we'll be much closer on Harburg because he's not going to lose that many yards and sacks.
I was saying he's going to run the ball more. The conversation of this week, I think he's going to have more carries, and so I think that we're going to end up looking better about that one moving forward.
Question 5, top 3 receivers in terms of catches, and how many yards will the leader have? Well, your leaders right now are Nayor and Banks are basically tied, and Jalen Lloyd is 3rd. But 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th place are all very close to each other. So Fedoni, we both had the identical 3 top receivers.
Yeah.
Banks 1st, Nayor 2nd, Fedoni 3rd. Fedoni is 6th right now, but he's so close to the other 3 ahead of him that it's a toss-up. So we could end up being right on this.
Lloyd has more than Barney.
Yes.
Wow, I would not have guessed that. Because how
Yes.
many catches does he have? Like 5?
Oh, well, this is yards. These were yards down here.
No, I know,
in the
but I'm just
halfway.
saying, like, how many catches
I,
does?
I didn't look at catches on that side of it.
Wow, I never would have guessed that. If you would have had me guess, hey, who are the top 3 yards right now receiving? I would have guessed Jalen Lloyd has. Wow, he has 32 more yards. He has 6 catches for 181 yards. Ja'Cory Barney has 19 for 149.
Yeah,
that's nuts.
And so, but in terms of, you thought Banks would be pushing 1,000.
Nope.
I thought he'd have 730.
That's realistic.
It's realistic, but it just shows you how much everything is spread out.
Yeah.
Between,
yeah,
again, your top 6 receivers in terms of receiving yards are essentially within 150 yards of each other.
Yeah, for sure.
So it's really,
they're definitely spreading the ball out very, very well.
Here was the chart on takeaways. The last 10 years, the high in takeaways was 23. That was set back in 2014. The low was 7 in 2020, but that was a COVID year. But we asked the question, how many takeaways will Nebraska's defense have? We both had 18.
Hey, look at us.
And we're
undershooting it finally for a good reason. We're undershooting
Congrats.
So
Go
far,
us.
Nebraska has 10 takeaways.
Nice. We both had 18. Good job by us.
So we'll be close on this one for sure.
I'm proud of us, John.
This one, we were not close. Who will lead the defense in sacks, and how many will they have? We both thought Jamari Butler.
Oops.
Butler only has 1 sack this year. The team leaders at the halfway mark are Ty Robinson and James Williams with 4 each.
Oops.
Oopsie.
Hey, we did guess 8.5. You guessed 7. At least 4 each is on pace for those numbers.
And remember, Nebraska's not had a double-digit sacker since
Randy Gregory,
Randy Gregory more than a decade ago.
Randy Gregory.
Yep.
We all knew that.
Marijuana.
Nebraska's record in 1-score games, which has been a sore sticking point.
Yeah.
I predicted 3-3. You predicted 4-2. So far, they are 1-1.
Well, it is 1-score game season.
Yep.
Good luck. Good luck, Nebraska. Now is your time.
Question 9. Now this one was a judgment call, but we asked a multiple choice question. Which will best describe the Husker special teams in 2024? A tire fire, frustrating, average, or surprisingly good?
So we both said frustrating. It is definitely a tire fire.
Well,
You
as I
cannot
put
have-
down, it's
yeah.
definitely frustrating. Would you call it a tire fire?
I think they have too many blocked kicks and blocked punts to not be considered a tire fire. I think that the amount of times that they have had kicks blocked, their return coverage has been poor at times. They
Yeah.
can't kick field goals.
They can't kick field
It's
goals.
a tire fire. You have to build that into every game breakdown. Will they be able to get field goals? No, the answer is no.
I can see the smoke from Lincoln from here.
It's not good, Nick.
The tire fire.
Yeah, there's a lot of tires.
Yeah. So I mean, at least we were right that it was not going to be a positive.
That's true.
So
Yes.
far,
Thank
but,
God.
But unfortunately, we may have undershot what it actually is.
Mhm.
Because you're right in terms of modern Nebraska football.
Horrid.
So we'll just say the Devaney era forward. I don't think Nebraska's ever had 5 kicks blocked in the same season.
And it's only October the 9th.
It's only the halfway point, and they have had 5 kicks blocked.
Oh, positive boys. Travis writes, but they haven't given up a special teams touchdown yet.
They haven't.
Hey, let's go.
But they are. But I looked it up. They, in terms
the positive
of,
boys.
In terms of
Boys.
special teams returns, they are slightly
Boys.
below average in both punt and kickoff
Bad.
returns.
Bad. Tire fire.
And the last question, again, a judgment question.
Oh.
The most exhilarating win of the year will be against blank. The most frustrating loss will be against blank. Obviously, Colorado is the most exhilarating win, and Illinois is the most frustrating loss because it's the only loss.
Yes.
Mine are still out there, or both of mine are still out there. I thought USC would be the most exhilarating win and Iowa the most frustrating loss. You went with Colorado and
it
Iowa.
was. Yeah, it definitely was. The first half especially was among the high points of Nebraska football in the last decade.
How are you feeling about USC now, John?
It could be exhilarating.
But do you think it could be a win?
Yeah.
Yeah, I do.
Let's just hope it doesn't kick off at 10 o'clock. Thankfully, I'm not doing that overreaction.
Very true.
I'll be so sleepy.
So there it is, the 10 questions review.
We did bad. This is bad. We're off to a bad start.
It's not great. It's not great.
Off to a bad start.
not
The
great.
Grum Commandments is what we call it.
Nice.
Coming up on Friday, Michael wants to review some of the predictions that we made in the preseason. And speaking of Michael, he joins us now. Michael, the Mets are on right now. What are you doing calling us?
I had no idea they were on. Are they on really?
Yes,
they just started.
They're on right now.
Playing the
Phillies.
They're leading the series 2-1. They just need to win today, and they're going to the NLCS.
That'd be awesome if I followed baseball. So the most frustrating of all the numbers, and I was digging through some numbers today, the most frustrating number, because it's got dual meaning, of all the special teams is the net punt, is Buschini's net punt number. So he's 17th in the Big Ten, right?
Yep.
Was like 40 yards or something like that.
Yeah.
The reason why is because he's had so many short fields to punt off because they're finishing drive rates so bad.
Yeah.
So not only does it make it like your punt team is not good, even though he is booming when he has the opportunity, it also shows you can't score and finish drives. It is the most frustrating thing. This has been going on now for like 18 years, finishing drive rates. I started charting it. It's frustrating to watch because so many teams across the country are better at it than Nebraska with lesser quarterbacks. I hate to say this. I hate to say this. I don't like him. It's a play calling problem. It's a play calling problem. He dresses a nice cake, but inside of it, it is a poor, poor recipe. That's the problem with this team's offense, especially finishing drive rate. Frustrating.
I don't know if I'm speaking to Michael or Josh right now.
Oh, what? You mean the guys who have good takes about Marcus Satterfield?
Well, I've complained about this since the beginning. I complained with you when we got to the score. We did the show in August together. I haven't seen anything that proves to me, other than 4 games in a row at South Carolina, that he is a great play caller and or schemer. Sure, he runs some nice off-the-wall kind of plays occasionally and some nice action, but day in and day out, how do you beat somebody? You beat somebody by being able to run the ball when they think it's coming, right? And stop it when they need to run the ball. And Nebraska's been able to do the second one, but the first one has not been around since, probably 2016, or 2014?
Oh, they could do it with Divine at times.
At the end of the season, it's funny. Go back and look at his numbers. He had a bunch of chunk plays.
Yeah.
But I believe, not mistaken, stuff rate that year was not very good because he were getting stopped on short yardage, which is, 3rd and 2 or less, or 4th and 2 or less. I think that's right, if I remember correctly. But the thing is, if you can't scheme to score from the 40-yard in or 30-yard in, then you can't be a coordinator in this conference because the defensive coordinators are too good. You have to be excellent.
Yeah.
And there's too many in the Big Ten that are really good at it to have a guy who, from what we've seen at least, is not good at it. And the numbers prove it again this year. And it's no longer is to blame the quarterback, right? You can't just go, well, it's because we don't have a quarterback. They have a quarterback now.
Yeah,
you can't say, they don't have good wide receivers because they have guys who look like they could play in the NFL. Can't say, our tight ends are not healthy. They got 7 tight ends. So what's the excuse?
Good point. We can talk more about that on Friday when Michael joins us. By the way, Jose Quintana just struck out Bryce Harper in the first inning. So
let's go Mets, Michael.
There you go.
Is Quintana for the Mets or the Phillies?
Jose Quintana is your pitcher.
I'm talking to Michael tonight for this anniversary. I'm worried that he's going to be too distracted by this baseball game.
Oh, that's right, because it'll be finishing up.
No chance in the world I'm going to be distracted at all. I'm looking forward to it. Those are some of the best years of my life. Those years were incredible. I can't wait to talk about the zone and what it was and what it is still today.
That's not what Kevin said.
Hey, listen, man. As you know, I was working 2 jobs on no sleep with a child that I had to sleep in the room because he had a trach. There were days where I said stuff and people told me, I was like, I said that? I don't remember that. And then playing back, I'm like, I did say that. Okay.
Kevin and I just stuck to the early Steve Peterson days. And kind of when the show became the show, right?
Right.
And of course, that would have been at the very beginning of your time here. So that's kind of where we went with our conversation. And there's plenty of stuff in there. And you and Josh will do your bit. And,
I'm very excited.
And you'll all be able to see and hear them later this fall on 1620thezone.com.
I wish we were recording when we were explaining to Andy Kindy, who didn't get here until 2010, about the vision and Tiny and all of that. He was rolling. He's like, that's not real. I go, no. It's real. Andy Kindy's like, what? And then Putney comes along and Putney starts doing voices. It was hilarious. It was hilarious.
We may have to include some of those in the 25th anniversary.
Michael, I talked to Schick earlier today, and he was he told the story about Bill and Lincoln and some of the origin stories of that. It's very, very good stuff.
The 5 stages of grief.
Yes.
Some of the greatest radio of all time.
Yep.
And the fact that I sent him into that recording booth and said, hey, let's just do some foreign Callahan. Here's some suggestions. And he came out with like 20 of them. It was incredible. Absolutely incredible.
That was one of the saddest days ever when Neil's Purge deleted all of those off the wall. We had those until about 5 years ago.
Sad.
I have some of those stages of grief on my SoundCloud.
Oh, wow. Might have to include those as well.
We may have to bring some of those back because that's some of the best bits ever done on this radio station.
Indeed.
All right, Michael, we'll talk to you on Friday.
See you tonight, Michael.
See you later.
Michael Severe, ladies and gentlemen. When we come back, we'll get fired up for football, and we've got Mitch Holtis, so stay right there, 1620 The Zone.
The year of our Lord 2024. A year that promises great change and great conflict. The accusations are already streaking across the rhetorical skies. The citizens are restless. It is a time of civil war. In college football, a new 12-team playoff marks a new chapter. An entire league has crumbled, and in its wake comes 4 mega conferences seeking to restore order to their championship games. How will ties be broken? Draw cards, a vote, a coin flip, an arm wrestling match? The National Football League brings its own unique drama to this action-packed card. The Chiefs go for an unprecedented three-peat. A new kickoff will restore action to special teams. And Aaron Rodgers will attempt to set a personal Jets record of 6 plays in a single season. Friends of the program, lend us your ears. As Unsportsmanlike Conduct and Warhorse Sportsbook proudly present Fired Up for Football 2024.
Oh, man. Mike Schaefer's a frustrated dude right now because it seems like every time I look up, Cleveland's got 2 guys on with 2 outs and no one can come up with a big hit. 3-0 Detroit. And
Michael's Mets.
No score, but the Mets do have a leadoff double in the second.
Who's that guy? Was that Alec Boehm that they just showed with the long hair?
Yep.
Because he looks like Stibbs.
Yep, Alec Boehm. That was Alec Boehm.
I talked to some people from Philadelphia last night, and I told them about going to Roncalli. It's for my running podcast.
Josh, I can't believe that you are killing.
I know. Let's do it. Let's do it. Let's do it. Let's do it.
You're talking about baseball.
Fire up, baby. Let's get to it.
Guess we'll have to see if
Click it. Click the button, John.
It's week 7 in college football, week 6 in the NFL.
Oh, wait. You forgot Wednesday.
Your Thursday and the graphic says Thursday and Friday.
You could change
your
the graphic.
Says
you
Thursday
make the
and
graphic.
Friday.
John Hader of football, classic John.
Thursday and Friday. Big Jim Madison's playing on Thursday night.
By the way, it's New Mexico State at Jacksonville State for those who are
Nobody cares.
Sheesh.
Friday, a ranked team is playing. UNLV, or I'm sorry, Utah. UNLV used to be ranked. Utah is playing at Arizona State in a late Friday game. There's
you be watching?
No,
because it's football and you dislike it.
Well, there might be baseball.
Baseball. I love baseball.
The early Saturday games, the 11 a.m. window is it's okay. Washington and Iowa on Big Noon. Alabama is hosting South Carolina. Clemson and Wake Forest. You can watch Wisconsin and Rutgers on BTN.
Hey, a future opponent and a previous opponent.
The 2:30 window, of course, is highlighted by Texas and Oklahoma on ABC.
Nice.
It's been a long time since we've seen Oklahoma, Texas in the 2:30 window.
Yeah, normally this is an 11 a.m. game.
CBS has Penn State and USC.
Look, again, if USC wins this, then I'm going to full-on believe in the time zone stuff. If they don't, then I'm not going to believe in
Stanford, who surprisingly is very plucky. They're at Notre Dame on NBC, and a 3 o'clock game. Arizona's at number 14, BYU.
Yeah, plus Stanford gets to play mid-ass Marcus Freeman. That's got to be nice.
Evening games on Saturday. Speaking of mid, there's LSU.
Hey, they're 13th in the country, John.
Pretty mid, though. I mean,
they're overrated. They should not be 13th.
They're playing Ole Miss. And of course, the highlight game is the 2 versus 3, Ohio State and Oregon.
Yep.
Look at Iowa State.
Woo!
You know what?
Go Clones.
6-0.
Make sure you dedicate a TV. You forget about LSU. I mean, Brian Kelly's going to blow it anyway because he's a bad coach. But man, Iowa State's playing on Fox against West Virginia.
Nice.
And there are a couple of intriguing games in the late window.
Oh, yeah.
K-State at Colorado.
Nice.
And Boise State at Hawaii.
If I didn't have a marathon on Sunday, I'd be watching those games, but I'll be in bed asleep.
Wow. So much for being a football pervert.
I gotta wake up, John, early.
Meantime, on the NFL docket,
weekend.
Thursday night football has a good matchup with the Niners and the Seahawks.
Nice.
Sleepy London town will get the Sleepy Jags and the...
London having the Jags?
Yeah.
London's got the Jags.
Yeah, I know. It never has happened before.
In the noon window on Fox, it's Cardinals-Packers, and on CBS, Commanders-Ravens.
What a game!
That will be a fun game.
What a game!
The late window, the Lions will try not to get screwed by the officials at the Cowboys, which has happened now so many times it's hard to keep track.
Declare yourself eligible. That's all we ask for the Lions.
Which is what they did.
Declare yourself, not being like,
what they did.
The ref was like, I don't know what that means.
Wow.
Sunday night football, Bengals, Giants. Monday night football, Bills, Jets.
Bengals, Giants, not terrible.
Okay.
Not terrible.
The other afternoon games, Colts, Titans, Texans, Patriots, Bucks, Saints, Browns, Eagles, those are on Sunday Ticket. Late afternoon, Steelers, Raiders, Chargers, Broncos, Falcons, Panthers. I thought that Broncos game would end up in our market.
Yeah.
Instead of the Commanders game, but it didn't.
What in the world? A B+? Gosh, you hate football.
The only reason I gave it a B+, the early window on Saturday is like,
Yeah,
it's
but
okay.
you get Kansas State, Colorado in the late window, so I think
I
that
know,
makes
but
up for
but
it.
when I look at, if I'm going to give something an A,
yeah,
I need greatness all across all windows.
It looks like we're almost in agreement on the NFL.
I actually raised my NFL grade. It was a C grade, but then when they switched the Commanders Ravens into
Hell
our market,
yes. What a game.
That improved. Otherwise, I'm sorry, the Sunday night game brings it down.
Yeah, understandable.
So I gave it a B, Josh an A-.
Nick, let's get 3 of them before we go to break and talk to Mitch Holtis.
And that is Fired Up for Football, brought to you by War Horse Sportsbook in Omaha and Lincoln.
Stib says, hey, just tuning in. Is John okay? Seems off. Something seems afoot. Wow, more people. You're starting to hear this more and more.
Well, we all know that Stibbs is on illicit substances, so he's hearing things.
Got him. His favorite guest is coming.
Stay tuned. Mitch Holtis is next.
Perfect.
Of the undefeated Chiefs.
Awesome.
1620 The Zone.
You ready? The most exciting announcer in professional football.
Picked off at the goal line. 20, 15, 10, 5. Jalen Watson.
Welcome to the Nobody can paint a picture with words quite like he can.
They might just be gargling in the nectar by that game. I think the rectal buzz that you get from the seat, maybe,
The man,
Touchdown! Kansas City!
the myth,
You can doubt the Chiefs. You can dislike the Chiefs. You can disrespect the Chiefs. You're going to have to deal with the Chiefs.
the legend of the Hy-Vee salad bar.
you want to chuckle, just right now in the parking lot of the St. Joe Hy-Vee.
Mitch Holtis.
A 3-yard touchdown pass in overtime. Kansas City wins the game. 25-22.
Ranger Suarez just struck out J.D. Martinez with the bases loaded, so the Phillies keep the game scoreless. Ranger Suarez, it sounds like a show that used to be on CBS. Tonight, it's murder, she wrote, followed by Ranger Suarez.
Nice.
Mitch Holtis might get that joke. Hi, Mitch.
Absolutely. It's one of my favorite shows of all time.
Ranger Suarez?
Ranger Suarez. Oh, yeah. You could never quite follow the plot, but, Ranger was always studly striking out people, and it was awesome.
And doing his thing.
The county sheriff.
Hey,
Ranger Suarez, county sheriff.
Before we get into the nuts and bolts of last Monday, we saw that our mutual friend Greg Sharp had a moment there at the Chiefs game this week. That was nice to bring him down there, and he's been all over Fox and BTN with his story. And of course, we always wish Greg the very best as he continues to fight cancer. But it was a cool thing for Greg and his family.
Amy's amazing, as you know, his wife, and she reached out to me. This has been several weeks ago, and there's a group in Omaha. Is it Miracles for Hope, or it's a nonprofit there in your city? And they wanted to do something for Greg and Amy and the three girls. And everybody knows now, probably listening, that Greg was diagnosed with pancreatic cancer. It spread to his lungs and his kidneys. Excuse me. Amy said, we told him we'd like to go to a Chiefs game. So that set everything in motion. And then Amy said, well, it would work probably because the Huskers on a bye week, it'd be New Orleans. And I thought that is our crucial catch game. You saw the gear we wore.
Yeah.
It's so I'm going, Amy, we're in. We're going for it here. And the team was amazing. Our franchise was amazing. That group worked with the team, and all of them there was a suite holder. They're the owners of Chicken and Pickle all over the nation. But anyway, they're great friends. They allowed to have part of their suite up for the Sharps. We had Greg on our Field Pass pregame show, and then he saw all these folks from Kansas City that he knows in the media because he was in the media in Kansas City. Then he went to K-State, and then he went to the Huskers. But it was a night that we wanted that whole family to remember. It's a gorgeous night, and Greg's just the best. I mean, he's been so brave, and Amy's been so brave, and Greg, you could just see, like, nobody feels sorry for me. Don't, we'll just have a good time tonight. And that's what happened. But thanks to that group in Omaha, I don't have the name right in front of me. Maybe you guys can find it.
I'll look it up
so that they can get their proper due there. I don't want to, but that was the group that started the whole thing, and it's in your town. And then our franchise went out of their way. Our suites people, our comms people, our community relations people, our game day production. We got everybody green lighted on it, and I got a really nice text from Amy. But I wanted them all of them, to remember that night being special for them, where he could just soak in an evening with his family.
Mitch, speaking of Monday, that had to be incredibly cool for the city. Obviously, they talked about it on the broadcast, on television as well. And it reminded me, like, in the Patrick Mahomes era, and I think he said this in the locker room after it, this is the first time that the Royals have been in the postseason since he got to the franchise. What is it been like in the city this week, given that in this run for the Chiefs football team that they haven't had it where the Royals are like this as well?
Yeah, I'm not sure many have slept, or there's much work getting done in Kansas City. But the cool thing of the evening against New Orleans was when the cheer just kind of broke out organically. Let's go Royals, as if we were setting in the K. And you could just sense the pride in the stadium that night and lifting up, the gals and guys across the parking lot. Doesn't hurt that Patrick's part owner of the Royals. That helps a little bit. He was saying, I was trying not to scoreboard watch. I was hoping that kind of keep focused on our game, because our whole booth was trying to, like, hey, it's 2 on and 2 outs, and I'm like, no, man, it's 2nd down and 6. And Dana Hughes is such a baseball head too. I love baseball, love it since the first day of existence. But I'm like, we also got to stay focused on this game, but it was pretty cool. I mean, all the light bulbs are lit, man, in Kansas City and in the Chiefs Kingdom / Royals Nation.
Patrick Mahomes with his best statistical day of the season. How much of that do you think it's a product of having both Kareem Hunt now fully integrated back into the offense and Juju Smith-Schuster fully integrated back into the offense? Just having those two comfort blankets that now feel like they're more part of the team.
I think it's a huge part of it, and I think I'll throw in Samaje Perine in this.
Sure.
Now, he didn't have the 102 yards or 130 yards receiving that those two guys that you mentioned did, but Perine more and more and more is starting to become a real factor in this offense beyond just being, hey, third down back guy. Now, it doesn't hurt when you catch the, 30-yard lateral across the field from Kelsey on third and 22 that makes it 4th and 1, and one of the crazier plays you'll ever see. But still, Perine's part of it as well. And so I think you're dead on with it, that Patrick has been trying to kind of figure this out, trying to get this algorithm fixed because he was so excited to have Hollywood Brown, doesn't have him. So excited to have Hollywood Brown with Rashee Rice, doesn't have either one. He was so excited to have Hollywood Brown with Rashee Rice, and Isaiah Pacheco, doesn't have any of them. So it's like back to 2022, and we got to rewrite programs here to figure out how we're going to do it. And I thought Monday night was the first big step in that regard.
Yeah. What's the next step, Mitch? I mean, is it just obviously like finishing these drives? I mean, it's funny that where the passing game is finding itself again, a lot of yards after the catch. They have the interception, of course, that is dropped, and how that changes maybe the view of the game as well if it's held on to. Is that just kind of the next piece to the puzzle that they're going to work on during this off week?
Easy answer, but a hard topics. I mean, they're two of the base subjects of the NFL, but the red zone numbers are poor. I don't know how else to say it. They're poor, like 30th in the league, and 2 for 7 in the red zone's not good. Now, New Orleans came in; they were number 2 coming into the weekend, but when the weekend was over, prior to our game, they were number 1 in red zone defense in the entire league. They'd only given up 2 touchdowns in the red zone all year, so that first Kareem Hunt touchdown was a bigger deal than people think. That being said, that and the turnovers. Last year, I talk about it ad nauseum with you guys. They win the Super Bowl. In the regular season, they were minus 11. You're really working against the probabilities if you keep that up. Well, now all of a sudden they're 5-0 and they're minus 4. Going into last week's game, I might have told you this. If you were minus 2 after the first 4 weeks, your record was 12-20. The Chiefs were minus 4 and were 4-0. Now, it's great that you look at other things and they're figuring out ways to win. We also know over time that's not going to work. So moving forward, 2 easy answers: red zone and eliminate the turnovers, get above water in the plus column in that regard, and figure out a way to do it. That's the hard answer.
We wondered in the preseason, you knew that McDuffie was going to hold down one side in the cornerback position, but who was going to be the other? And Jalen Watson has taken on that role. How would you assess how he has done through 5 weeks so far?
Super tough. That's the 2022 class. I know I keep extolling the virtues of those guys, but oh my goodness. They're tough physically, they're tough mentally and emotionally, and they've all had to kind of deal with their own stuff and power through it. And Jalen Watson did not have an awesome training camp, and he had a very subpar preseason when he was out there. One of the games at home, he just given up a long bomb like to the backup guys, and everybody's wondering like, ooh, can he even handle it if he's going to be in the number 1 role? Well, right now he's one of the highest rated corners in the league, and what he and McDuffie both do is play a physical style. And I think, and again, they're very well coached, solid technique, if not excellent technique. But the big deal is they are willing tacklers, and that makes them physical even in the passing game. You know, when you play press coverage, you can say, hey, let's play press. But one false step or you miss a punch, or some receivers love to play against press because they know they're going to win that gladiator battle in the first second of the play. Not with these two guys. They're gonna slow you down or reroute you or pop you, and they rarely miss. And right now, Jalen Watson is playing very near the caliber of Trent McDuffie, and that's saying a lot.
Mitch, I wanted to ask you about San Francisco, and obviously we'll talk about them a little bit more next week. But given how your schedule works, of course, you're not able to watch a ton of them live, so you've probably heard a whole lot about them in your early study of them. And of course, they'll play tomorrow versus Seattle. Like, is there anything that you're like excited to kind of dive into, just given that their record is 2-3, McCaffrey's gone, and that they have lost some games maybe in perplexing ways early on?
I guess that's where I'm at. I'm perplexed. And my dive, when I, do the cannonball into the deep end of the pool with them, is why.
Yeah.
I think I know why, but you don't really know until you dive in there. Now, they've lost staff. That Saints defensive staff is primarily, mostly the old 49er guys from a year ago. Is it Super Bowl hangover thing? They lost spokes in the off season. And in that Shanahanish system, offensively now, you've got to stay on schedule. It's very, very recipe-like. A leads to B, leads to C, leads to D. And if you throw that off at any point, as a Rams fan here, John, if you throw that off at any little bit, which the Chiefs were able to do in both Super Bowl 54 and 58, sometimes that system has a hard time of fighting back. Like, they've got to get yardage on first down. They ran so many boots and stretches. And they're just not one to necessarily come grinding back if they get pushed down really far, which is what the Chiefs have been able to do, trailing double digits all these times in the playoffs. That's not the Niners' way to win, especially now where it feels like defensively they're in kind of a redo mode. And then they went through the stuff with Ayuk. I mean, they've had a lot on their plate here in the offseason. They had to deal with the not knowing the overtime rule in our game in Super Bowl 58.
Yeah.
It's not been a whole lot of fun. But I really think that they're off schedule offensively, and defensively, I think they're trying to redo the whole grid.
By the way, I was able to find it, Mitch. The organization that was involved in getting the Sharp family down there to Kansas City was called Memories for Kids. It's a nonprofit nonprofit dedicated to creating lifelong memories for families affected by stage 4 cancer. Memoriesforkids.org if you would like more information. Right here in Nebraska, right here in Omaha.
Well, and guys, and Amy goes, wait a minute. When that group approached Amy, she said, our kids are, they have a sophomore daughter at Lincoln Southwest. One daughter works for the U, and another daughter's graduated. She goes, our kids aren't, they go, it doesn't matter. Your children are in a real struggle here, as are you, and you deserve this no matter the age of your children. So I applaud that organization for recognizing that and starting the genesis of what ended up being a spectacular night for everyone.
It's just too bad he had to spend it with you, Mitch. That's all, right?
That's the other problem. Yeah, we're getting through that.
Were you guys?
Amy's like, we got to push through this.
Were you guys classmates at K-State?
No, I was. He's younger. Let's put it that way.
Okay.
But
I wasn't sure. I knew you guys were close.
Yeah, we're close. Greg was my sideline guy when I was doing K-State, and then pre-post guy and, television anchor guy in the Topeka market. And he was waiting, like, anytime you want to move on, go ahead, because I'll take this over. And then I did the Chiefs and K-State for 2 years, both. And then I said, this ain't going to work because this is going to kill me. So I said, I'm going Chiefs full time. And Greg was right there in the on-deck circle.
Yep.
And then K-State screwed him over, man. I'm sorry. They screwed him over. They went through a deal where some of the smartest guys in the world thought they'd be the smartest guy in the world. And he got washed out with that. And it broke my heart. And I was very vociferous with K-State of the people that were making those decisions about making the wrong decision. Well, guess what? It turned out okay because I knew, because of his ties to Nebraska, and he knows and loves Nebraska, that he would be perfect for the Huskers. So this has turned out okay. He wishes he had Tommy Frazier beating Florida on a run on the sideline. But the point is, he's gone through a lot in our profession where he had a place that he had waited, loved, took the rug out from under him. And now he's in a fight for his life, obviously, but it's been an awesome run with Nebraska. And what that Husker baseball team did for him this past season
great
is incredible. I don't have an adjective for it. Way to go, Husker baseball, because that's a class move.
Absolutely. Hey, K-State's loss was our game.
There you go.
So typical. Always Nebraska over K-State. Am I right?
Well, that ended in the late 90s, but that's okay. Keep thinking that.
On a face mask that wasn't called.
Yeah.
Eric Crouch is still grabbing at his neck.
It's in Misty's. If you want to go see it, it's right there. Go walk in and look at it.
I know.
The Headless Horseman. The Headless Horseman.
Mitch, have an enjoyable off week, and we'll catch up next week. Thanks.
Got it, boys. Drive. Say EMA. Bye.
Bye, Mitch.
EMA. Silly.
Unreal. Can you imagine?
Brought to you by Hy-Vee, official grocery partner of the Kansas City Chiefs.
Can you imagine celebrating an illegal play?
An illegal play.
Be like,
a deadly dangerous play. It could have killed him.
It'd be like celebrating. Could have hurt his neck for sure. It'd be like celebrating a pass interference.
Haven't you ever watched
Super Bowl.
movies where a dude comes in from behind? You know, you're watching one of those Chuck Norris, your Schwarzenegger movies where the dude comes in from behind and just, twists his neck and kills him. That's what happened to Eric Crouch. Only his superior Millard North conditioning allowed him to survive such a heinous attack by Travis Oaks.
Yeah.
A heinous attack.
Nick, have you seen this and heard about this?
No.
Google Eric Crouch face mask and you'll be blown away. There was no penalty called in this game.
It happened right in front of the ref.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
And he was just like, I don't know.
He's not an owl.
Can you imagine?
I went on the air because I was
Reaction,
doing Big Red Reaction that night.
Man.
I went on in the air and said that official should be fired. And it had nothing to do with, hey, it would have given Nebraska 15 yards, kept the drive alive. It was, your job as an official is to help protect the athletes.
Mm-hmm.
That's why penalties like this are penalties.
Yeah.
And for you not doing your job, that is gross negligence. You should be fired on the spot.
Yeah.
What happened? I mean, obviously, penalty.
Idiocy.
Was he fine?
Oh, yeah. Eric was fine. He got right back up.
Yeah. But yeah, that would have given them a first down. At the time they were trailing,
I think by 3.
33-30. And they would have had the ball. They would have had an opportunity. It was a great game. Back and forth.
That's
and eventually,
insane picture.
Kansas State tacked on an extra touchdown and won the game.
Also, I don't know what
and
magazine.
Yet Mitch is celebrating.
Yep, unreal. And they did. So I went to the 2010 game. I was at the Thursday night game.
Yeah.
And they had that in the highlights.
Of course they did.
You guys are losers. Kansas State fans, you're losers. Losers. Except for Mitch.
Except for Mitch.
Also, it was weird hearing that when in the stands because Greg was the guy who called that game. He called it in 1998. And so it was like, wait a second, he's doing the Nebraska game today. And yet he called it in 1998.
He did.
Yeah.
He did.
Not great.
Cleveland is 2 outs away from going down 2-1 in this series as Detroit still leads 3-0. And Ranger Suarez is in another jam.
Mm-hmm.
2 on, 2 out in the second. No score, Phillies and Mets.
Whoa.
Mets could win the series if they win this game.
The Tigers have 3 runs.
Yeah.
Be caller 3 right now. You can win passes to Scary Acres.
Wow. Well done, Nick. 402-951-1620.
And we'll be back with Dumb Debates on 1620 The Zone.
be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
When you're gone.
Listeners and not to, we did anyway, dumb debating.
John's computer sucks, Macs are the only way, dumb debating.
Fullbacks are running backs, hamburger steaks.
Josh is too dumb to eat a cupcake.
Mainly to base.
Does John like Nebraska or Creighton?
Just three radio hosts on air, dumb debating. Die for the pylon or give up on the plate, dumb debating.
Millennials are great and old should go away, dumb debating.
Rarely do we find any common ground.
Josh wants his food to be the best around.
Even if it gives him fatal flatulation.
Just three radio hosts on air, dumb debating. When a tree falls down and nobody's around, you can bet your ass it won't make a sound. Water ain't wet, you know nothing about hydration. Just three radio hosts on air, dumb debating. Just three radio hosts on air, dumb debating.
Welcome back. And today's dumb debates are for you, the people. This is where you get to take over the show. Use the hashtag dumb debates on Twitter and just send it to us anytime one inspiration comes to you, or send an email. John at 1620thezone.com, Josh at 1620thezone.com, into the Equitable Bank inbox.
Give it to us.
I got a few of those in the Equitable Bank inbox, like this one from Wade. The nuclear apocalypse discussed by this very show weeks ago has come to pass.
Oh.
The good news, we all survived. The bad news, we lost a good portion of our food supply. You can only save one of the major food groups, and all other food groups from the other three are lost.
So you're saying the peanut butter's hit the fan.
It indeed has. So we can only save one of these food groups,
okay,
and the others are gone. Do you save beef, which included that with that is dairy? Do you save poultry, which would include eggs?
So this was a nuclear attack that only took out that took out all but one of the fleshy eating animals?
Yes, John, it's dumb debates. Duh.
Okay.
Pork?
It's a very specific nuke.
Or fish? What are we saving and what are we losing?
We can take out pork and fish because beef and poultry also have an added benefit, right? Of eggs or milk.
Oh, so you're saying, sorry, bacon, I don't want you because pigs don't have eggs.
I can live without bacon and I can definitely live without fish.
But what about your breakfast? I guess if you can only have bacon, but what about the eggs? And
See,
if you can only have eggs, but what about the bacon?
I think chicken might be the right answer here just because you can both eat eggs, but also the eggs can birth new chickens.
Yeah, I think this is an easy one for me. I think I'm going to go with the poultry/eggs.
Well, you're assuming that the cows still aren't reproducing.
I mean, they can, but I think the period of getting new chickens is much less than the period of getting new cows.
I mean, this is a very similar question to one that was asked many, many months ago on this same segment that led to the debate on which of the meats would you save. And you and Stibbs picked chicken like morons, and I picked pork.
No, I think chicken is because chicken is white
Like
meat.
morons.
It's healthier meat
Well,
for
yeah,
you.
like morons, because
Chicken can come in so many ways. Fried chicken, chicken wings, chicken breasts, boneless thighs.
Also healthier for you than a lot of red meat.
ham, the pulled pork, ribs, bacon, sausage.
Yeah. So what are you saving out of this?
You can have chicken ribs too. They're just called breasts.
There you go.
I'm with chicken for
Yeah.
sure. Chicken. I'm with Josh.
Well, I mean, it's a survival thing. It's not a taste thing necessarily.
Yeah, no,
or a
I'm talking
preference
for
thing.
survival. That's what
Yeah,
I'm saying.
I guess it would have to be chicken.
It has to be. Why not beef?
Well, again, because there's more utility from the chicken.
Oh, interesting. Which is the exact same argument Stibbs and I made.
No, that was not the argument
Yes,
you
it
made.
was.
You weren't making it. You were only making the argument because you just I can't live without my
Also-
fried chicken.
I love fried chicken.
Being pedantic, it just said poultry. There are other poultries.
That's true.
Chuck,
Yeah,
that's poultry.
Oh yeah, your garbage ass turkey. Congrats, John. You got the stupid turkey
Oh,
in
thank
your life.
God.
It's funny because
your
turkeys are just bigger just bigger chickens, basically.
but worse, but tastes worse.
Only tastes worse
great.
because you haven't had good turkey.
You-
Apparently, you only visit Thanksgivings where
At
it's
my
done
grandpa's house in Fremont.
by the
What are you-
most dysfunctional
What are you saying?
Thanksgiving chefs on
Unreal.
the planet.
I mean, I
Can't
think
believe you would say that about my grandpa.
scientifically, older folks don't have as many taste buds. I think their taste buds.
Are
I
you
think
saying
your
my
taste-
grandpa's old?
Yes, I'm saying your grandpa's
Hey!
old.
He's in his 70s and he's great. All right, so
I
we're
can
all
be
in
old
agreement.
and great.
Well, while we're on the subject of
Food?
food, I saw this today from friend of the program, Ari Wasserman of The Athletic. The topic was, we're canceling each other over food takes.
I've seen this.
Post your cancelable food take. And Ari's cancelable food take was that all Tex-Mex is the same. And the range between bad Mexican food and excellent Mexican food is much smaller than you'll find in other cuisines.
When I saw his tweet, I thought of you because you say that all Mexican food is the same.
Well, it's just
the same five
it's
ingredients.
like the same 5 ingredients, just in different packaging. Whether it's a hard shell taco, a soft shell taco,
I don't
a
know if
burrito,
I
an
agree
enchilada.
with that.
I definitely don't.
Because bad pasta is bad pasta. I don't know. Fazoli's, not good.
Wow, they're a fine sponsor, aren't they?
I don't think so.
They're not. I was just kidding.
I mean,
Like, you
It's
can
always
somehow
just-
make bad pasta.
I don't think I've ever had bad pasta.
I have.
You've absolutely
have?
you've had bad pasta.
Wait, that's not the question. The question
No,
is not about.
yeah, why did
Nick,
you change the
don't
subject?
focus on the weird
No,
part.
because I'm talking about Italian. Like, he's talking about the range of food.
That's not the cancelable. The food, the cancelable part wasn't supposed to be that.
Okay.
It was supposed to be that his opinion in general that it's. So it's asking the question that you're asking is what is
What's
a
our
food
most
take?
cancelable food
Yes,
take?
not do you disagree with Ari?
I do.
Well, I mean, I was just bringing up Ari's point. I mean,
Yeah.
as a dumb debate. Is it true that the range between bad Mexican food and excellent Mexican food is
I don't
smaller
agree.
than you would
I
find in
don't
other
agree.
cuisines?
I definitely don't agree because every now and then I'll go to a Mexican joint and I'll be so disappointed and I'm like, man, I wish that this was way better.
Mhm.
Like I don't ever think like, I think that average pizza is still pizza.
Absolutely.
I give all the crap to Val's, and you know what I do? I still eat it if you put it in front of me. When I go to a Creighton event, you know what I do? I eat the pizza that they have there, and I'm not a Godfather's fan.
but
it's fine.
Even really crappy, too greasy pizza.
Oh, any places you're thinking of in particular?
One particular comes to mind.
Okay.
Hate it.
Yeah. So I disagree with Ari there. I think that the good difference between good Mexican and bad Mexican is quite noticeable.
I think it's. I mean, what he's saying is the range is smaller.
I think the range is.
I don't think
It's a
so.
big range.
I tend to agree a bit with Ari, but then as I thought about this, I mean, the range between good Italian and actually the range between good Italian and bad Italian is pretty wide. It's pretty wide.
Yeah, good Italian is awesome.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, the range between good barbecue and bad barbecue. I think of the different ethnic foods. I think Ari is right in that if you compare Mexican to Chinese to Italian to Europe, whatever. That I mean, if you think of great Mexican food, and then for the bottom end, sorry Nick, Taco Bell.
Mm-hmm.
Still pretty edible, but then the range between really good Italian and, in Nick's case, Fazoli's or something else,
I think the answer
or
is-
Chef Boyardee.
What about pizza though?
Pizza?
Really
Also,
good pizza. I feel like
pizza can also have a pretty narrow range.
I feel like it is. I feel like the
What
range
about like
is
hot
narrow.
dogs? Is there any such thing as a bad hot dog?
Is there any such thing as like a great hot dog?
Of course.
So
like
I think
a
that's
truly
a more narrow,
great hot dog.
I think that's a
course.
more narrow range than whatever hot dogs are.
Well, I mean,
German?
I mean, really, you're talking sausages.
Yeah.
Severe
that's
says
what a hot dog is.
by far the biggest range is between good and bad barbecue because that can just be
See, I was thinking of that too.
especially because that takes into account temperature. More than some of these other foods where you're talking about overcooking and just complete
Oh yeah,
brisket, for example,
you can
right?
completely. I mean, you
just torch.
You could be right there on the edge of having something great, and then it goes a little bit too long, or you pull it too soon, whatever, and it can.
Don't want to pull it too soon.
It can mess it up pretty badly.
You don't want to keep it in too long either.
Yeah. Kelsey asks, what is one item in a junk drawer that makes it a true junk drawer?
Koozies.
Koozies. Interesting, because I was thinking
Unless
about
you
it-
have a koozie drawer, which some people do.
So I was thinking about junk drawers more towards the like pens,
Old phone chargers.
Yeah, that type of stuff, like electronic and office adjacent items.
Keychains.
Rubber bands and paper clips.
Oh, that's a good one, John. I was thinking thumbtacks.
Old phones.
That too.
Thumbtacks.
Do you have any old phones in your junk drawer?
No, but I do have old chargers.
Twist ties.
Oh, wow. That's old. That's like a kitchen junk drawer. Kitchen
Oh,
junk
well,
drawer.
I think all junk drawers are in the kitchen.
That's
Oh,
where
I guess I
ours
think
is,
of
yeah.
them in the office too.
No,
You have an
no.
office junk drawer? That's
I
weird.
just have a kitchen.
I have a
junk drawer.
drawer in my desk that I just kind of. It's full of random stuff. Old credit
There's
cards,
push pens, push pins, pens,
letter
twist ties.
letter openers. My parents have a letter opener in their junk
know if
drawer.
we
I
have a
think
letter
it's
opener.
interesting that we as a human race, without being told, we've just evolved into having a junk drawer.
Mhm.
Everybody has one. You know what it is. You all have it.
Sticky notes.
We just do.
My parents have sticky notes in their junk drawer.
Yeah.
Definitely pens. There are pens that are going to be in junk drawers for sure.
Yeah.
All those things.
Maybe change.
Jimmy Allen, this was a good one from last week. Is buying a Corvette a midlife crisis, or can you just afford it when you're older? It's a really good question.
It's the latter.
I think it depends
Really?
on the context.
yeah.
I think it depends on the context.
You can afford a lot of
Well-
things when you're older, but why go to the Corvette when you could get something more practical that's just as expensive?
Well, buying a Corvette has never been about practicality.
Right.
It's
which
always
means
been
it's
about-
a midlife crisis thing.
No, it's not. You don't have to have a midlife. Maybe you just want it because you like a great sports car. I've got a friend who's had Corvettes
you don't think
since he was in college. You know, you just want it because you love the car, you love how it
I
drives.
definitely
you
think
love
there
how
can
it
be
looks.
context to it. If you're like, I'm saving up and I want to get one when I'm older and I can afford it and the kids are out of the house, I feel like that's the difference between like
But if you
divorced
if you drove like
energy.
a Jeep or a truck or a Range Rover the whole time and you're just like, I want a Corvette now. I want to feel young.
Yeah. It can definitely be both.
Well, it can, but I think it's more about being able to afford it, or you no longer have the kids in the house. You've got the room.
You have the extra money.
And yeah, you have the extra money.
Yeah.
For some people. For others, it's, they just had it because they've always wanted it.
Mm-hmm. Brian says, with the newest NHL team being referred to as the Utah Hockey Club. Did you know that? I didn't know that
Yes.
until this week. They're like deciding on the next name and mascot.
I've decided to call them the Hockey Jazz.
That works for me.
Hockey Jazz.
And at one point, we had Washington football team. Should all the major sports leagues mandate that any expansion team or team wanting to change its name should have to go by some sort of club or team moniker for 2 years to give them time to come up with a good name, kind of like an initiation of sorts? It'd be funny to have a Seattle basketball squad or a Salt Lake City baseball team. The answer to this is unequivocally yes.
No.
Yeah, the answer is yes.
You don't think that would get confusing if you're having a pedantic argument naming dudes? It's like, oh, this guy played for the Seattle football team. It's like, no, which Seattle football team?
No, because there's only one Seattle football team. They're the football team in Seattle. It's just like the Washington football team. I loved it, though. I thought it was a good name. I think Utah Hockey Club is hilarious and also kind of cool.
Yeah, but then
What
you're
does their
just
gear look like?
because then what if you have a year? Not that we're doing this as much anymore, but what if you have a year where you bring in like when the Rockies and the Marlins joined? So you would have had the Colorado Baseball Club and the Miami Baseball Club at the same time. Terrible idea.
Now, that's a good argument.
Terrible idea.
I do like the Utah Hockey Club logo. That's pretty fun.
It looks like a generic beer.
Well, it does kind of look like a beer. Like, hey, can I get one of those Utah Hockey Clubs? The double IPA, please. You're not wrong. That does look like it would be on a glass bottle.
I'm not.
So you're out on this.
Yeah, I'm out on this. I
All
mean,
right.
if
I think
if
it's
team's
cool.
going to rebrand, you want to rebrand so that you don't run into the situation that the Commanders ran into, where people are still calling them the Washington Football Team,
Yeah.
because they hate the Commanders.
Yeah. Well, understandable. The Utah Hockey Jazz is funny. I like
That's
that.
that's how I'm going to refer to them as the
I like
Hockey
that.
Jazz.
Well, I've mentioned this before, but there's a Cowboys person that I follow who calls Washington the Washington Football Wizards. And I'm like, that's a pretty funny nickname for them.
That is pretty funny.
Mm-hmm.
That is pretty funny.
I like that. Utah Hockey Jazz. I didn't know about this until this week.
I didn't find out till last night when
they on TV?
producer Josh was tweeting about the
Yeah.
Utah.
I forgot that they
Hockey club.
moved. I thought that there was another year left in Arizona.
No, I remember they had moved, but I didn't realize they
We don't
didn't
care
give
about
him a
hockey
name.
on the Grum. That's the answer.
Johnny Pigs is asking, have the people who bought all the toilet paper during COVID had to buy more yet?
Yes.
It's been 4 years now. Yeah, I mean, unless you have amazing control or very clean poops.
Yeah.
When I was a single guy living by myself during COVID, I wasn't going out much or whatever. I lasted COVID. I could have a thing of toilet paper last me like 8 months.
Thing of it?
Yeah.
Holy crap.
Yeah.
You're pooping at the office a lot, huh?
There was some. Oh, I wasn't really at the office. That's the thing. I was just.
Wow.
I could make it last.
This is your friend Star Wars Fiend. What do you call Star Wars Fiend?
Jar Jar Binks.
Halloween has overtaken Christmas.
Good.
I think more people look forward to decorating for Halloween. Costumes fall on Halloween themed items. I feel if it wasn't for the gift giving, Christmas would be an afterthought like Easter to many other than kids. This is it's not even a dumb debate. It's more of a hypothesis. Has Halloween overtaken Christmas? Do more people look forward to Halloween than Christmas?
No.
Hell
no.
I think this is a generational
No, it is
thing.
not a you always say that.
Because
it is a you
people
thing.
of my generation love Halloween more than we love Christmas.
I don't believe
we
this
just
to be
do.
the-
More of
You
us like
do.
Halloween more.
You do.
You do.
Yeah.
Why are you talking to me as if I don't know other people my age?
Because I know other people your
You
age.
know everybody else on planet Earth your age.
I'm saying a majority.
I bet there's like a Gen Z for Christmas Reddit page, and they're all like, we care about Christmas more than any generation ever has. I just think that it's very easy to think that everybody agrees with you when you talk to people that are also
Then
like,
why do
yeah,
you think
like,
everybody agrees with you? This
Well,
can work the other way. Why do you
because-
think everybody
'cause
unequivocally loves Christmas more than Halloween?
because you get gifts. It's Christmas.
I think people care less about getting gifts now.
Oh.
I think
I don't know
people,
about
you
that.
guys like to poop talk me for the experience and liking the experience of things. I think that's
Poop talk to you for liking the experience.
I think that's a bigger thing where more people being adults care more about the experience than actually getting things.
Yes,
Getting
but
things is cool,
Halloween Halloween is a kid's holiday.
I don't think it is anymore.
It's always been.
No,
a
that
kid's
I'll
holiday.
disagree with that.
It
When I got
absolutely
it-
is.
Well, you got into college and, the college girls
I'm
are
not
wearing their
listen.
tiny outfits.
Listen, you could make the same argument about Christmas too, but more people participate in Christmas than they do in Halloween.
Oh, 100%. I would agree with that.
Yeah.
Sam says, no, think about how depressing late December would be without Christmas season. All we'd have is getting ready for Big East basketball. Ugh, nobody wants that.
Everyone wants that.
Nobody wants that.
Everybody wants that.
But at the end of Christmas season or that season,
then the days are getting longer. Baseball. And it's happier. No, it's not for that.
I mean, it is pretty close.
Murph says,
practice literally starts like a couple weeks after.
Did Nick wipe on his carpet like a dog a lot, or did he have that much toilet paper? I do still have some follow-ups about the toilet paper. 8 months.
So
How many rolls were in it?
It was, I would get the mega pack and I'd
So
get
that's
the
what's that,
good
like
toilet.
40 rolls?
Well, it wasn't like 40. It was
maybe, yeah.
maybe 18 rolls.
18 rolls lasted you 8 months?
It's probably not exactly 8 months, but it was a while.
Interesting.
It was months. It lasted.
Interesting.
I only had to buy toilet paper twice during COVID.
Interesting. Well, there's been a lot of YouTube comments on it.
But I would buy the big
on what, the toilet paper?
No, about Nick's Christmas
But
take.
I would buy the big mega rolls and I would get the expensive toilet paper because that's a concession that I have or I don't have. I will always spend money on good toilet paper because you have to use less and it's more effective.
Some comments. Let's get to them.
Oh, God.
Icon27. Shut up, Nick. I'm of your generation, and that isn't a majority opinion. Wade says Nick is spicy on this one. Love it. Peter, I'm 25. I like Halloween more than Christmas because of the commercialization of it. Now, real quick, that's hilarious because Halloween is also totally
Bingo.
commercialized.
I mean, you talk about, if you want to, Christmas has always been commercialized, but if you want to talk about the expansion of commercialization, Halloween has gone up 1,000-fold from where it was when I was a kid.
Yeah.
In terms of the commercialization. Of course, there was more room to grow.
Theo says, agree with producer Nick on this. And Jordan says it's because Gen Zers don't have enough money to buy presents. So some agree and some disagree.
You don't have to buy expensive presents.
It's about the vibes.
It's about the experience.
Sometimes you go out and make presents for people.
Sometimes it's like being with your family, but it has to happen at Thanksgiving. Sometimes the Christmas season is so good it happens at Thanksgiving.
only for loons.
Zell says Gen Z Satan over Jesus, according to Nick. Is that what it is, Nick? Anti-Jesus. Spot the lie there.
I mean, there is a rich irony to the fact that there are many people who celebrate Christmas but do not believe in
Indeed, the reason for the season
in Christianity.
I got an email from listener Ty.
Yeah, what does Ty say?
Not a bad take, and I'm a millennial.
There you go. Well, interesting.
Notice how all these bad takes are coming from your generations and certainly not mine.
Gen Xers are doing other stupid stuff. Sam writes, is that level of
Not
rice...
running for president, though, am I right?
Well, they were. You got a VP at least. Sam says, or wait, is he one of us? He's 39, isn't he? Isn't JD 39? He might be
one of yours.
No,
one
never.
of yours.
Oh, that's a tough
one
look.
of yours.
Not great.
One of yours.
Sam writes, is that level of rice retaining all of Nick's body fluid? Travis says Christmas is better. Icon says Halloween is a much purer example of commercialization than Christmas. Much more pure.
Much more pure? You mean a holiday that basically celebrates scaring the crap out of people and death? And
it is pretty sweet.
I mean,
it is pretty sick.
Pretty nasty.
Alex and Lincoln, Gen Z likes the handout. Not a bad idea. But again, Christmas has that too.
Well,
Christmas has more handout than Halloween.
Yeah, but there's a give and a take.
There is. There's literally a
And
give
I
and
think
a take.
Halloween gives you more of a chance to just kind of forget about the world. Like Christmas, hey, you're hanging out with friends, but you're spending money and stuff like that. But Halloween, it's more, you can be goofy. You can't dress up in costumes and be goofy for Christmas. You can, but you'd be a weirdo.
You ever been in a Christmas pageant at school?
No.
Hey, Nick, you should watch the NFL games that are surrounding Christmas this year. Look at the outfits that some of the people wear to those games. They love dressing up for Christmas.
But that's also people love dressing up at sports stuff. That's
Yeah.
they're not dressing up for Christmas, they're dressing up for sports.
I see people do Christmas outfits all the time. All the time. Next time when we get to the Christmas season this year, I'm gonna
But
start
a
taking
Christmas outfit is different than a Halloween costume. It's about being goofy, you know?
You don't think that ugly Christmas sweaters are goofy?
I think that ugly Christmas sweaters is Christmas's attempt to try to match Halloween.
Interesting.
What are you talking about? People have been doing the goofy Christmas sweaters for generations.
Halloween's been around for generations.
This might be Nick's newest weird take.
Yeah, but I don't know.
And that's dumb
I don't think
debates.
Christmas cares about Halloween.
Yeah, it's like the Don Draper meme from Mad Men where Ginsburg says something to him and he goes, I don't think about you at all.
You don't think Christmas cares about Halloween, but I think a lot of people on the hardcore Christmas side hate Halloween.
Now that's true. As someone who grew up going to church, they were very anti-Halloween. Very anti.
I think Halloween lives rent-free in Christmas's head.
Well, it seems like Christmas is living rent-free in your head right now.
I would agree.
Yeah, maybe it's just living rent-free in
I
both.
would agree.
This is like Nebraska and Creighton basketball fans, where they're both trying to tell the other, no, you live rent-free.
Maybe
no, you live rent-free.
Halloween is just contrarian Christmas.
Sam says Gen Z just got captured by big candy and big costume. Corporations tricked them through TikTok.
That is true. I mean, there was somebody in this studio who got very excited last week when a costume arrived via Amazon.
That was
It wasn't
amazing.
Amazon.
What was it through?
Spirit Halloween.
Nice. Jay's
But who
Todd.
delivered it?
FedEx.
A fine corporate America company.
Nice. Jay's Todd says tiebreaker, which holiday has better movies? Now that's a good dumb debates question. John hates Christmas movies, so I think he's going to go with Halloween.
We don't have enough Halloween movies.
Oh, what do you if you count anything in the horror genre as Halloween, which I would, then I think Halloween's
Krampus is this weird middle ground where it's Christmas movie, technically.
What's Krampus?
It's about the German dude who basically comes and eats kids.
I don't know
Christmas
about this.
Eve.
I don't want to know about this person.
Yeah, I don't either.
Yeah.
Krampus is
the under already hit, so we don't have to worry about
I'm not
that.
into Krampus.
Yeah, I would definitely
I do
say
like horror movies,
I would
though.
definitely say that Halloween's got much greater than because some of you people, and I do mean you people, are trying to cancel Die Hard as a Christmas movie, which is the only
bad
good
take.
Christmas movie.
I have
except
that-
Christmas
It's the
Story.
hot dog is a sandwich of Christmas takes.
I have that take where just because it happens to take place during Christmas doesn't mean it's a Christmas movie.
Yeah,
If Christmas
like
isn't
Die
like
Hard.
the
There
main
was
thing.
Christmas music in it, and they were all they would not have been there at Nakatomi Plaza had it not been for the company Christmas party. So if it hadn't been for the company Christmas party, then Hans would not have invaded Nakatomi Plaza. So Christmas absolutely was a central theme.
It didn't have to be a
to the
Christmas party,
movie.
though. It could have been any get-together.
But it wasn't. It was a Christmas party.
But
So it's a Christmas movie.
Anyway, I feel the same way about Halloween things. Just because it's a horror movie doesn't make it a Halloween
Now,
movie.
I agree with that. Horror movies are not Halloween movies, but a lot of Halloween movies are horror movies, or a lot of horror movies are set around Halloween. I don't think Blair Witch Project is a Halloween movie. It is a horror movie.
Yes.
But Halloween is literally about the night of Halloween.
That's true.
I don't remember. I haven't watched the movie this week, and I hope that I have time. I don't remember if Halloween played a part in the movie. A couple more comments before we go to break. Icon again. You don't get school off for Halloween. You get a whole damn vacation for Christmas. Excellent point. Jordan says
that's for religious reasons.
Halloween is for people who want to be something or someone they can't be. Getting a little deep on that. And adds Halloween is only fun for kids and college students. I'm definitely someone, and John and I are definitely the people that do not dress up for Halloween at the office, and I never have been. But Nick isn't either. You don't show up dressed as a character
yet.
Oh, you're going to do that this year?
Maybe.
Shane used to do that. You should be more like Shane.
He wasted all that money on that costume. He's got to get use out of it.
That's true. Yeah.
I can't believe he chose that particular costume. I mean,
The red hat and all. Pretty wild. Not what I expected from Nick.
Yeah.
You got me.
By the way, Alec Boehm with an infield single.
Oh!
And the Phillies, despite the fact that the Mets have been threatening in every inning so far, the Phillies take a 1-0 lead in the fourth.
Baseball.
We did mention earlier the Tigers won.
Man.
So they're up 2-1.
Michael's going to be in such a bad mood when he comes in to record the interview now. This sucks.
Yeah,
He's going to be on his phone the whole time, checking the score,
You're gonna
checking the score.
Yeah.
Michael, let's get back to talking about 2007, please.
We'll be back and have more. There was dumb debates for you on 1620 The Zone.
Nick Grimm for Circus Sports Iowa. The baseball has been so good so far this week and even today. It's not too late for you to jump into all the postseason action and do it anywhere in the state of Iowa with the Circus Sports Iowa app. Right now, there are live in-game lines for the Phillies and Mets game. You also still have time to get in your tight money line split picks before the first pitch tonight with Yankees Royals and Dodgers Padres. Let's look at both of those. Think the Yankees can change their luck and momentum tonight at the K? -114. Will the Padres finish their series tonight and yet again take the Dodgers out of World Series contention? -134. Of course, there are also run totals, props, and more just waiting for you right now on the Circus Sports Iowa app. Download the sportsbook that puts all the hospitality of Las Vegas in your fingertips anywhere in the state of Iowa. Download Circus Sports Iowa today. If you or someone you know may have a problem with gambling, call 1-800-238-7633.
Short segment here as we've got content coming up. I wonder if we have exposed a rivalry. Team Christmas versus Team Halloween.
The rivalry we never knew we needed.
The rivalry we didn't know was out there, but apparently is.
Yeah.
Nick is obviously Team Halloween.
This is Halloween.
Travis points out there's way more drinking during Christmas season.
I don't know. There's a lot of Halloween parties, and there's a lot of punch at Halloween parties.
Yeah, but think about Christmas where...
You have to be around your family and people you don't necessarily want to be with, so you drink more.
No, I was going to say the stories of people who are depressed and go to bars on Christmas Day so they can drink away their sorrows.
See, I think
people
that's...
don't
And
do
Christmas
that for,
parties that are like the whole month of December.
Yeah, people, and some even into January.
So I think that could be another argument for Halloween over Christmas, because Christmas almost feels like an obligation. Sometimes you have to go home, you have to be around family members, even if you don't necessarily like them. Whereas Halloween, you're making an active choice to go to these Halloween parties and interact with these other people who also feel the same way. It just feels like a happier environment. Ironically.
I'm very happy that because I will hear Nick's criticism of it. I know you don't like the month. I have always been very lucky to love that month. I don't feel any pressure. I do not feel now. I don't have children, but I don't feel any pressure to like, oh, I hope that the kids don't feel let down. I love going home. I love seeing my family. I love spending time with my brothers and their wives, my parents, my grandparents. I love everything about it.
My issue has been that it takes over everything. And I've never found that. And a lot of it, in all honesty, it's the horrible, horrible, horrible music.
Yeah, and I like
I mean, horrible. I mean, you want to talk about the rivalry between the holidays? Halloween music, much better than Christmas music.
Nick would agree with that.
It's not even close.
I wish we need better Halloween music, though. Like the Monster Mash.
You got the Monster Mash, and that's all, and Thriller. That's all you need, and it's already better than all the Christmas music.
Forget about the Halloween theme. That's a great
I'd
thing.
argue anything Rob Zombie has ever made could be Halloween
probably.
music. But not Zombie by the Cranberries. Stop putting that in your Halloween playlist. That's
great
not
song.
It's about the Troubles. It's not about Halloween.
Kelsey fighting back and saying, I have the greatest ugly sweater of all time, and it's so much better than any Halloween costume. So she's fighting back for Christmas.
Nice. Yeah, Team Christmas. This is a great rivalry that I didn't know we needed, but now I'm happy that it exists. And in the middle of it, of course, is the best holiday, Thanksgiving.
Tanner points out that if they were at Nakatomi Plaza for Thanksgiving dinner, it would be a Thanksgiving movie.
Exactly.
Yes, it would. But guess what? It wasn't. Thus, it's a Christmas movie. Just like if A Miracle on 34th Street had happened during Easter, it would be an Easter movie. But it's not. It happened during Christmas. Thus, it's a Christmas movie. What's your point?
Wow.
I don't think Christmas isn't... I don't think it's a central character.
Yes,
in
it
Die
is.
Hard, though.
Yes, it is.
Because that could have been any gathering.
At
It
the
didn't
end-
have to be a Christmas party. It could have been any gathering.
It
And
could
the
have been.
Still things,
Yeah.
The same things would have still happened.
Frosty
in
the
same
Snowman
way.
could have happened during July 4th. It would have been a July 4th
No,
thing, but
because
it's not.
Frosty would have melted. That's the whole bit. You need snow for there to be Frosty.
Yeah, but the last few Christmases, we haven't had snow around here.
We did this last one. I didn't go to Fremont because it was so bad.
Most of them are recent ones. Haven't been.
By the way, for more great content like this, be sure to
Husker fan says Team Satan versus Team Jesus.
Nice. Be sure to sign up for 1620, the email, where Nick maybe will include this in
Didn't
an email.
Christmas start out as a pagan holiday?
Yeah. See, now that's where. See, I feel like we learn more about Nick when he starts bringing up religion and how. Well, actually,
I'm not anti-religion, but Jesus was born in August.
Yes, he was. That's true. People forget about that. And
Well,
the
they didn't-
Declaration
they
of
didn't- they
Independence
didn't-
was also mostly signed in August.
No, we're not going down there.
Maybe
We're not
August
causing.
should-
I'm not allowing this blasphemy to be spit
Blasphemy?
upon.
I
This
thought-
blasphemy to be spit upon these radio
I
waves.
thought you liked studying
It
history.
says so in our birth document, July 4th, 1776, not August 17th.
Haven't you ever signed something and wrote down a date, but then you didn't turn it in until like a month later?
Or
I know
like-
I have.
You wouldn't have put the date on the document if you didn't mean for that day to mean something.
So you've never
You
written
didn't
a
put
check
down
on
July 1st through August 31st, 1776. That ain't what TJ did. TJ put July the 4th, 1776.
So you've never written a check, turned it in on the 3rd of the month.
He wasn't
but you
writing
wrote
a
the
check. He
1st
was
of the
writing the Declaration of Independence, which also happens to include the word liberty, which is still undefeated.
You're not allowed to talk about that. You didn't even watch the game. You weren't even excited for
Fake
it.
fan. John
I am a
is
huge
fake
fan of
Liberty
Liberty. Been a big fan
pretend.
of Liberty since I was born.
Sam-
And by the way, I did watch the end of the game last night. So
Sam writes, Nick might
Hell
have
of a
discovered the fissure. Christmas folks like their families. Halloween people are folks who don't like their families.
Or maybe their families don't like them, or maybe they don't have family anymore.
So you are, I mean, it's kind of right, though. So you're anti-family.
I like my family, but there are people who don't.
Yeah, exactly.
And I think that there's greater divides among people and their family members, especially over the last 10 years almost.
Wow, this is getting deep.
Mm-hmm.
I can't wait for our last show before Christmas when Nick says, I actually hate this holiday and I hate both of you. See you later, bitches. I'll see you in 2025.
he's playing the Monster Mash.
Uh-huh.
Well, coming up in content.
What do we got today, John?
Wheel.
Baseball.
Basketball.
What?
And F1.
Oh, that's a bummer. Didn't want to talk about that today. It's football season, John.
16:20 The Zone.
I made you some
Unsportsmanlike
content.
Unsportsmanlike unsportsmanlike content.
Unsportsmanlike content. Content that's unsportsmanlike.
Still 1-0 Phillies in the 5th inning. As Philly tries to force game 5. And on that subject, it's time for content. Nick.
There's so much baseball. America's sport. The sport of the gods.
Pastime.
The national pastime.
Now,
Our heads...
baseball can still happen on Halloween, but not on Christmas.
That's true.
Point Halloween.
Thank you. Which means that our heads are spinning from all the good baseball. What do you think? And who do you like to win tonight in the games that haven't been played or started yet?
Interestingly enough, the Dodgers are probably going to have a bullpen game in a must-win. Never thought I would say those words given the richness of the Dodgers' starting pitching staff over this lengthy run as West Division champs, but we're dangerously close to all the wild card teams advancing to the championship series, which is just completely renders the regular season a moot point.
Mm-hmm.
And that bothers me. I didn't like this playoff format to begin with. Sure, we love the extra baseball, but man, we got to figure out a way to work this out so that we have a healthy balance between the regular season still meaning something and wanting all these great postseason games.
But how do you do that?
I don't know.
Because it's not even just like
I don't know.
Home field advantage in baseball means less than in any other sport. So it's like,
which
that
is why
wouldn't even mean anything.
I do believe in I can't remember what the phrase they use, but so like for a series like this,
mm-hmm.
the Phillies would only need to win twice. The Mets would have to win 3 games.
Okay.
So basically it's like
almost weighted.
Yeah, it's like a weighted tournament where, okay, they'll play a series, but the Mets have to win 3 before the Phillies win 2. And that's the advantage the Phillies have for being the better team in the regular season. And I know there's a term for it, and I can't remember what it's called. But I am more and more for that all the time because the regular season, especially in a 162-game season, should mean something.
Yeah, I think I'm going to go with the Padres tonight.
I think I am too.
I'm going to go with the Royals tonight.
I already picked the Royals to win the series.
I think the Mets will come back and win this game and move on. They're down right now 1-0 in the top of the 5th.
Are you just saying that because you want to keep your guest tonight?
Gotta have him in a good mood. Gotta have him in a good mood.
Because you know what he always says, how much he hates the Phillies.
Yeah, and if the Mets don't win, then I'm punching somebody.
It's like the Phillies.
I'm the only one here.
Celtics.
I'll be like, hey, Jimmy Allen's on the air, Michael. Let's go punch him instead.
Yeah.
Punch him. Ryan Kalkbrenner ranks 38th in ESPN's latest big board, ranking all 100 prospects for the 2025 draft. Do you expect him to sneak into the first round?
I don't, mainly because of his age. Also, he definitely needs a little more meat on that bone. He's, a little skinny for, which is crazy because I was looking at his height and weight the other day. I was like, he weighs that much, but he's just so tall that he doesn't. You got to have more on you. So no, I don't think he'll sneak into the first round.
Well, a lot of it's going to depend on how much more he develops. And I don't know at this point if he's going to shoot the ball that much more from the outside than he has, because that's certainly something in today's NBA that you basically want to have 5 shooters on the floor, or at least 5 guys who could threaten to shoot from the outside. Yeah, I don't know. It's just the value on that position is different than what it used to be. If this would have been, heck, even 10 years ago, Kalkbrenner would easily be, in consideration for a lottery pick, maybe more than 10 years ago. But, 15, 20 years ago, a guy with his skills would certainly be in the lottery conversation, but now it's a little different.
Mm-hmm.
Quinn Ewers is expected to return and start on Saturday versus Oklahoma. Do we think a quarterback controversy is afoot?
I mean, there's been a quarterback controversy ever since Arch Manning signed, but
they've done a good job at avoiding an actual controversy, though.
They have, as far as we know. Now, of course, this game will amplify everything if Ewers plays and either doesn't play well or Oklahoma wins. You might get some folks down in Texas who hated the fact that they've lost to Oklahoma, and last year they had that game won, gave it away.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, for now, yes. If they handled it as good as you can, given the circumstances, yes. But all it takes is one wonky game in this rivalry to break that Bond.
Yeah, I couldn't agree with you more. I don't know if this will be the game that does it, but look, it's just so hard to go undefeated. They have this game, and then the very next week they play Georgia. And if they lose or if he underperforms, there will be a demand. The best part for Sark in terms of a controversy happening is that Manning was good, but he wasn't perfect in the 2 games that he started, which I think can stave things off just a little bit longer. But if Quinn Ewers plays well, he took the team to the playoff last year. It's not like he's a bad quarterback. This isn't like Cade McNamara with J.J. McCarthy on the bench a few years ago. Like, Quinn has played very, very well.
As we discussed yesterday, Drake May will make his first career start on Sunday, and he'll do it versus the Texans because the Patriots hate him.
Along those lines?
As Mina Kimes pointed out yesterday, the Texans pressured Caleb Williams on 48% of his dropbacks in week 2 and sacked him 7 times. How bad can Sunday get?
Pretty bad. Along with those numbers, John, you remember in the week or 2 before the first game of the season when we had that audio from New England when they talked about Caleb Williams Gerard Mayo said that Drake May had outplayed Jacoby Brissett. It's like, wow, that's interesting. So why isn't he the starter? And the answer is because their offensive line is bad and they were worried that he potentially could get injured. This could be rough. In a season where only one rookie quarterback has been good front to back, Caleb Williams is finally finding himself a little bit. I think that this could be one of the worst games yet for a quarterback.
I think this will be an interesting time to prove it for the Texans, who did beat the Bills last week. So I give them credit for that. But I have not been high on the Texans this year because I think they've looked rather rocky this season. If the Patriots hang with them, then all my questions about the Texans will be right back at the top of the page.
You think they'll hang with them, though?
I think they could.
Why?
I think this is an opportunity for the Texans to actually prove that they're what they were supposed to be. By just going out and handing it to him, putting Drake May on his behind and not futzing around.
Yeah, I don't think they'll futz. No futzing in this game.
The NBA is almost back, and the league's annual survey of its general manager says the Celtics will raise banner 19 next spring with 83% of the vote. John, are you happy that your Celtics will salvage your sad sports year for your sad sport?
Listen, I've always said that if I needed one team to just come through for me in the clutch when all my other teams have failed me, the Boston Celtics. I mean, you can't argue with greatness. 18 banners, moving on 19. I'm glad to see that the NBA's GMs agree. Banner 19 coming soon to TD Garden near you.
What do the NBA GMs know about the NBA? You really going to trust these people? Don't they call their bosses governors now? And these are the people that you want to trust?
But they didn't vote on that.
I think they were
stupid
involved.
NBA voted on that.
I think they were involved.
It wasn't the GM. The GMs wanted to say yes sir,
Governor.
no sir. Now it's governor.
Those people are idiots. The Celtics are not going to win. They only win one championship in my lifetime every generation. So don't have to worry about this for another 15 years or so.
Nice.
19.
That's not even a song.
Banner 19.
No, that's not a song either.
You know what? It's going to be nice because the number 19 has taken it on the chin in recent years because of the whole COVID thing.
Oh, people forget about
when
COVID-19.
Banner 19 goes up, 19, we're going to make 19 great again.
Interesting.
Boston Celtics, 24-25. Go Boston Celtics.
You were a Lakers guy in the
Go
80s.
Boston Celtics.
This is so gross. All you do is troll.
Yeah, but now the Lakers, all they do is they just doing everything for show. It's like, oh, we don't care about our team. Let's just bring the son of our best player over here.
It's pretty embarrassing.
Even though he doesn't deserve to be in the NBA.
It's pretty embarrassing.
Meanwhile, Boston's going out and getting people like Baylor Shireman who are going to be key contributors off the bench for Banner 19.
Remember that part in Toy Story where Andy has Woody and he's like, bye, Woody.
Yeah.
In this scenario, Woody is Doug McDermott.
Oh, wow.
And Buzz Lightyear is Baylor Shireman.
John doesn't care about Doug McDermott anymore. He's a Baylor Shireman and his dumb haircut.
I absolutely do.
Then how come you're not a Pacers fan, John?
Yeah, what about the Pacers,
Well,
John?
I do enjoy the Pacers. They're my second favorite team, just like I have my Montreal Canadiens and my Winnipeg Jets.
Jets.
The National Letter of Intent is going away to be replaced by new NCAA recruiting policies that the exact nature of which still needs to be worked out. College sports certainly who screw this up in any way, right?
Wow, did they write the sentence there, Nick?
Yeah.
Nick wrote the sentence.
Oh, interesting. I'm surprised that
then he read it.
That Nick, who wrote this, didn't bring up the scholarship contract, because I figured that would be the angle that Nick would have taken with that question, because it's
scholarship contract. What are you talking about?
Nope, we're out of time. Sorry.
Okay.
Your vice president, and still your vice president for now, claimed on her hard-hitting interview with Howard Stern that she's an F1 fan. Will this win her votes, and what do I think?
Did you listen?
No, but
you're a Stern guy. Or are you anti-Stern?
I haven't
now?
listened to Stern for a while.
Really?
Well, I got podcasts, and occasionally I want.
You listen to podcasts? Have you checked out Kings of the North yet?
No, I've not checked out Kings of the
It's so
North.
good.
What do I think? It depends on what her team is. It depends on who her favorite team is.
Okay, so
she likes Louis.
Break this down. If you're
She likes Sir Louis.
If you're a middle of the road voter, aka a Republican who just doesn't want to say they're a Republican, what driver could she say? Correct though. Could she say that maybe would get that person to be like, all right, I'm going to give her a chance.
You know what she could say?
I don't want the person who tried to overthrow democracy on January 6th.
That would probably help.
I don't think they would like Sir Lewis Hamilton.
Okay, so who would they like?
They wouldn't like anyone in Formula One. They'd like NASCAR.
They wouldn't like any of the French guys. They might like Haas because NASCAR, that connection, that's the one connection they have.
Connection between Haas and NASCAR.
Gene Haas, NASCAR owner.
Okay.
This is the same sport that is not allowing Mario Andretti and Michael Andretti to join again. So
is that a big deal?
That's a big deal because Mario's the greatest American race car driver of all time.
And Nick, are you still out on Formula One?
I'm not out on it. I just haven't watched it.
That sounds like he's out on it.
No, I don't hate it.
John, I bet in the early 90s, someone was like, are you still out on the NBA? And you're like, no, I'm not out on it. I just don't watch it.
Mm-hmm.
And you know what that led to? Him being a Celtics fan for some reason 30 years later.
I'm working on a theory because since I've stopped watching it as much as I did,
you got into
my
Dolphins.
favorite team is in contention to win the championship.
I think we're missing
So
the
maybe
bigger,
I just shouldn't watch it.
We're missing the bigger point here because lately the vice president has been doing a lot of interviews.
Which is what you wanted.
She did.
Call her daddy?
She did. Yeah, some porno.
It's not a porno podcast, John.
I think it's a porno podcast.
I mean, they
Isn't
talk
it
about
porno?
sex a lot.
Well, it's a porno podcast.
Yeah.
We talk about sex a lot. Are we a porno show?
Well, no, that's the
But
morning
she's
show.
doing all of these kind of offbeat interviews.
Yeah.
If somebody in the studio still had a segment called Formula Fridays,
Oh, he could get her.
you could have gotten the vice president to do your show. But instead, you said, I don't want to do it anymore.
That's true.
You missed out on an opportunity. You could have interviewed the Veep
I could have interviewed the Veep.
and talked about Formula One and really gotten down in the nitty gritty about
Into the nuts and bolts.
about no passing. And
That reminds me.
and-
Okay, so everything that keeps happening
and
reminds me
Monza
of
and-
Veep. Do you remember,
I do like
John,
Monza.
the classic Veep clip where Selena Meyer was on one of the Sunday shows, and the host, is an NFL fan, and their teams were playing, and she was a Ravens fan,
Yes.
and he was a Bears fan or
Yes.
something. He goes, "What do you think about the game this weekend?" And she's just trying to I don't know anything that's happening. And he goes, "Who's your favorite player? Is it Ray Rice?" And this is before the incident. But she goes, "Ray Rice." She doesn't believe it's a real name. And she goes, "Ray Rice, he play nice," which is one of my favorite clips of that entire show.
It's funny.
I miss Veep so much.
I should watch Veep.
It is an incredible show. It's very, very funny.
It's a little too close.
It does
home.
hit a little too close to home.
Yeah. Anyway.
I just got a DM from somebody that reminds me that What's for Dinner is coming up next. I will read it to you off the air. It's
nice.
very, very funny.
All right. Mets trying to fight back here.
And try to
2 on, 1 out, 5th inning, 1-0
Michael!
Philadelphia.
It'll be okay, Michael. We'll have a great interview
Nemo
tonight.
just struck out. and
Ah!
I can just imagine Michael sitting in his car right now waiting for this interview going, Nemo!
Yeah, he's going to be pissed.
You jerk!
Yeah.
But don't worry, because the big man's coming to bat next.
Perfect.
16-20 zone.
When you knock us down, we're going to get up. And on the way up, we're going to bite a kneecap off.
Crust is good on your pizza, not your ass.
I will eat your ass first.
He's tough as a Woolworth steak.
And then it's going to take 2 more shots to knock us down. All right. And on the way up, we're going to take your other kneecap.
I'm ready to hang them up, gut them, and skin them, and chop them up. You know what? I'm ready. My daughters aren't starving to death. I'll eat my neighbors.
And we're going to get up, and then it's going to take 3 shots to get us down. And when we do, we're going to take another hunk out of you.
Cliff, what are you going to take away as your best memory from playing basketball at Boston College?
Probably just like going out to eat.
2 on, 1 out. And the man that Michael Severe, diehard Mets fan, calls Vanilla Strawberry, Pete Alonso at the plate.
What a great nickname.
Well, because Darryl Strawberry was his favorite former
this
Met.
is the white version.
It's Vanilla Strawberry is
so
up
does
there.
he like a certain
Oh,
Wow.
great pitch by Hoffman. Strike 3 called, and Michael Severe just punched his dashboard.
So I mentioned yesterday I had a lot of leftovers. Ended up going with the leftover huge ass burrito. I had the second half of that. So tonight it's enchiladas night for your guy.
Nice.
And don't know what else. We just have so many leftovers that we're trying to eat before we go to Chicago.
There was spaghetti last night.
I don't know.
Wow, great segment, boys.
We did.
Well, I promised this yesterday.
Yeah, what is it?
But there is a new Popeye's chicken sandwich.
Oh, wait, I don't think I am interested in this. What is it again?
The ghost pepper chicken sandwich?
Oh, never mind. I am interested in that. Tell me more.
Yeah, this is the same chicken sandwich, but instead of whatever the spicy mayo is they put on the spicy chicken sandwich, this is their ghost pepper sauce.
Oh, so it is a sauce. It is not the chicken itself that is ghost pepper.
Right, because just like the spicy chicken sandwich, which is not the spicy chicken, which I
Yeah.
thought was a mistake.
Yeah.
Even though it's still a good chicken sandwich.
It's a
even though
sandwich.
you do have to wait several years
Goat.
before you can actually get it.
Nice.
But this is so basically, if you like their ghost pepper wings, you might try this as well. Now, it's not supposed to be scary spicy, according to
like
the
Halloween?
folks, but they believe it is spicier than the current spicy chicken sandwich.
I
would try it if.
Oh, you're buying it? This is awesome. Let's wait till after the marathon and we can have it next Wednesday.
I love ghost pepper stuff.
John, you are the bomb. I need to tell you this more. You're my favorite co-host I've ever had.
I'm gonna have to. That means I'm gonna have to go in line right now, and I might get it by the time you come back.
Well, you know what? Patience is a virtue. So let's.
I
do
did
this.
not bring a change of clothes nor any sleeping material for the car.
Why do you care about that? You don't need these things.
You can wear jeans multiple times a day.
I need to
or
sleep.
shorts. Sleep in the parking lot. What do we have tomorrow?
Robin Washut, Todd Furman,
Marcus Blossom.
And yes, AD Marcus Blossom will join us on 1620 The Zone.
Bye.
Bye.